Okay, are we good in? Okay. Good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, April the 20th, 2021, a beautiful day here in the Halifax Regional Municipality. We have beginning our council meeting. We've got a couple of special things today. We're shortly going to hear from our poet laureate. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to hear from Elwyn and the team at the Halifax Regional Center for Education, as well as our other agenda items. So good morning. How's everybody doing today? Let me see thumbs up or thumbs down. Oh, it's all thumbs up. That's awesome. All right, so we're going to begin as we always do. I just want to mention that as you all observed, the horrific events of last April were commemorated and will stay with all of us, you know, forever. It's hard to believe it's a year, but I want to thank everybody who made the effort to honor those victims and their families and their forever impact on this province. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Chair, colleagues and staff. Coming from sunny Fall River today, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Winfred Breaker, who on Friday turned 100. He lives on Franklin Drive, and he epitomizes 100 years young. I asked him the secret, and he said that I could share with council there are 5 ideals that he lives by, and one is an abiding faith. The other is a positive attitude, exercise, moderation in all things with a wink in his eye, he said that, and then to avoid stress. So our 5 gems for a good long life.
Awesome. We wish him well and more years of happy life. Councillor Hensby, how are you today?
Just fine, sir. Good morning to all, and just want to say happy National Volunteer Week to all our volunteers across all our communities. Thank you very much. Our communities would not be as good as a place to live in if it wasn't for your efforts. Second of all, yesterday was dumping day on the Eastern Shore for lobster fishery. So today they're out there hauling their nets to bring in the fresh lobsters from the Eastern Shore. So make sure you get to enjoy some. The season closes on June the 20th. And third and not least, a public service announcement. There'll be a speed zone reduction on Main Street, number 7 highway, entering my district or going out to my district. Department of Highways are lowering the speed from 90 to 80 zone from exit 17 to the Sand River Bridge. And in turn, HRM are reducing the speed from Sand River Bridge to McLaughlin Road and Broome Road from a 70 zone to a 60. Those are official changes for tomorrow, so please be aware.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent. You're on mute, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure to be here from beautiful District 3. I do want a shout out as well to the volunteers of all of the district and HRM. Without them, we would not be as wonderful as we are, and certainly not through a very difficult year on so many levels. I do want to put a little public service announcement shout out for a couple of town halls that I have coming up, virtual town hall meetings Thursday, April 22nd for Cow Bay area, and the following week, April 29th for the Portland Estates, Portland Hills area. So hopefully anyone out there listening will send me a little note and ask for me to send them an invitation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy to be here today on this beautiful sunny day. And I'm coming to you live from City Hall because I water my fern. And thank you to all of our awesome volunteers. We need volunteers to run, and they're just wonderful. And it's good that we have a week to celebrate them. And thanks, Councillor Hensby, for sharing about the traffic, the speed limits decreasing. And that is a great story of our traffic analysts working with the provincial government to come together to agree to lower the speed limit on that very fast roadway that we have between our districts. So well done, and thank you so much. We're making it safer there.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here, ready to go. Just one quick note to folks. There's a number of cleanups coming up this weekend and next weekend in District 5, Penhorn Lake, Oat Hill Lake, Harborview, So if and Pleasant Woodside. So if anyone's in the area and wants to lend a hand, it would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Well, good morning, everybody. Wonderful to be here. On Friday, I had a chance to go hang out with Councillor Kent and her family at Monty's in District 6. And Councillor Kent has a very talented family. Had a chance to listen to her son's band, Daily Van Gogh. Really amazing. If you're a Sabbath fan, Black Sabbath fan, you'd love this band. Councillor Kent took all the credit for her son's talents, but I spoke to her sons, and none of it comes from Councillor Kent. So shout out to Monty's for keeping our community safe. They did a great job making sure to follow all the public health guidelines and rules. So rock on.
Councillor Mason.
I'm just like, wow, that's great. So yeah, Dali Van Gogh's the female lead singer was one of my students in music arts at NSCC, Rocky. So that's great to see, keeping it in the family, all you guys. Way happy to be here on this beautiful sunny day indoors talking into this camera, live from Halifax District 7, Halifax South Downtown. I may move to the deck later. I may move to the deck.
We look forward to that. Councillor Smith.
Hello, colleagues and watchers coming from the sunny District 8. Happy to be here. A really quick thank you to Public Health and Erica Fleck here with HRM and some other folks who have helped try to get a community space booked for testing. There was a case recognized at St. Joseph McKay School, and they're trying to work as fast as they can to get some community testing out. So thank you to all those who are working on behind the scenes to make those sites pop up.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, residents. Coming to you from Halifax West, Armdale, District 9. Just a big shout out. Yesterday, I got my second jab of either an experimental vaccine made here in Canada or a placebo, not sure yet. It's a double-blind study. It's being run by the Center for Vaccinology, the great people down at their headquartered down at the IWK. If you're interested, centerforvaccinology.ca, click on participate in the study. And there's lots of great research going on in Canada. I highly encourage people to participate in our scientific process. And I haven't turned any different colors. Nothing's fallen off. Everything's good so far.
He's nicer now, so maybe it's working.
Councillor Morse.
Good morning, all. Nice to see your faces again. Looking forward to the meeting and being inspired by our poet laureate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Good morning, everyone. And yeah, they're like Councillor Austin. I just want to say there's a number of cleanups happening in District 11 over the next couple of weeks, including one this Thursday, April 22nd from 5 to 7 p.m. at Crystal Crescent Beach, a beautiful beach in the background here, which is much beloved not only by the locals in the Sambro area, but also people from all over HRM. And with the recent addition of the third parking lot, there'll be lots of room. It's rain or shine, so come prepared. And, you know, what's better than an afternoon on the beach while volunteering to clean things up?
Very good, indeed. Thank you for that, Councillor Stoddard.
Good morning, everyone, colleagues, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Dubé. Great to be here in sunny Timberley, Lakeside, Beachville, Clayton Park West, and Wedgwood. I'd like to also give a shout out to our volunteers for all of your service, and I would encourage more residents to please join to help carry the load. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, staff. Hello, everyone. Coming to you live from District 13, Hemmes Plains St. Margaret's, and happy to report a negative COVID test. I just want to give a shout out to all the public health folks who are making sure we're getting tested and vaccinated, and certainly encourage everyone to go and get tested. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues. just to piggyback on what Councillor Lovelace said, there's a pop-up testing site today out in Sackville at the Sackville Sports Stadium. And happy 420 to those who celebrate, and for everyone else, it's Taco Tuesday.
Or both.
That's a good one. Thank you. Councillor Russell, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I think it's Taco Tuesday for even those who celebrate 420. There are a number of cleanups going on, and one of them happened this past weekend. Thank you very much to the Sackville Rivers for organizing it, and for everybody who came out to help with that. The second thing I want to mention is Freedom Kitchen. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking about Freedom Kitchen and how they had surpassed serving 20,000 meals, free meals, over 18 months. Yesterday, Councillor Blackburn and I, as well as MLA Steve Craig and MP Darrell Sampson, almost forgot his name, were at their grand opening of their new building down at Knox Church. So they will have a permanent building where they will be operating Freedom Kitchen and Closet. So not just helping out with food, but with other things that people need to have, to move ahead with life. Finally, on April 28th and April 29th, I'll be having 2 town halls related to Cavalier Drive Elementary and Smoky Drive Elementary, and about the parking and the traffic congestion issues when kids are being dropped off and picked up. If you'd like to join in with that or participate, please let me know. paul.russell@halifax.ca. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, colleagues and staff from sunny Bedford Wentworth. I want to send out a thank you to CPA students who did a cleanup of the school and the surrounding parking lots and streets. Much appreciated. Great community and school spirit. The Bedford Residents Association is also organizing their Bedford Highway Adopt a Highway cleanup that they do twice a year. And there's a lot of residents, like some of my colleagues have mentioned, who are also doing their part to help clean up their community. So special thanks to those folks on Volunteer Week, and looking forward to today's discussions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Dubé, Jacques Dubé. Are you with us this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of Regional Council. Happy to be here this morning. It's always a bonus when I wake up in the morning, so it's always a bonus when I get to work with such awesome people. Thank you very much.
Councillor, thank you. Mr. Traves, I assume you're with us. I don't see you on my side, but I know you're there.
Present accounted for, Mayor. Welcome to all.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Purdy. Has one more thing that she wants to mention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally forgot. We are hosting in District 4 litter cleanup from the Great Nova Scotia Pick Me Up. We are having volunteers, our wonderful volunteers, meeting me behind Cool Harbor Place, and we're going to do the trail and Forest Hills Parkway, and we're choosing a different part of the district each month to clean up. So I totally forgot to mention that. So if you're out there in District 4 and you want something to do on Saturday at 11, meet us there. We're going to have some fun cleaning up our district. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. Great to see so many community cleanups on the go, and the support of the councillors is important. Thank you all for that. Colleagues, we're going to begin. April is Poetry Month, and we are going to hear from our new poet laureate. Now, since I've been mayor, this is the 4th poet laureate that we've appointed. We've had Elle Jones, Rebecca Thomas, and Dr. Afua Cooper, all of whom served with great distinction as poet laureate. It's not a very high paid position. It doesn't come with all kinds of glory, but it does come with an important role for us. And I always quote JFK when we introduce a new poet laureate. And one of the things that he said back in 1956, if more politicians knew poetry and more poets knew politics, I believe we would be living in a better place. I think it's true. Like poetry. I love poetry. I love what it does for the soul. I think it gives us a sense of ourselves. So I'm always excited when we introduce a new poet laureate. It's a bit of a long process. We go through applications, and today is the day that we get to hear from our new poet laureate. So I hope you are as excited as I am to hear from Sue Goyette. She is with us. I will get her to unmute herself.
Hello. Thank you
Good
so
morning.
much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Savage. Thank you for that introduction and for this opportunity. Good morning to you all. It's been so heartening to hear the cleanup and the free meals and the rock and roll that's been happening in the communities. I'm in beautiful Halifax West and the sun is shining, and we have cardinals near Quinpool Road, which is phenomenal this year. I appreciate also recognizing the last weekend and the difficult loss we've all are enduring. This year has been hard. Some people have lost more than others, but there has been an incredible sense of loss and challenge. And as a poet, I've been thinking a lot about the future and instigating a kind of radical hope for us all to move forward with. And so this poem I offer you this morning is written directly to the future, and I'll read it now. It's called Build Every Day So That It Is a Golden Bridge and Every Person Has a Home and Everyone is Vaccinated Against Violence. Dear future, we are many full moons away from you, and there is a swamp between us. Some have muddied their versions of crisis to relieve themselves of feeling clear-cut or landlorded. We're new to this mirror and don't like what we see. Some of us are studying a video of villagers in Peru renewing their old rope bridge for a new one. We've noted how the old rope is used to guide them, and the courage, the fortitude it takes builders to work at the edge of the old and the new, meeting in the middle, at the hinge of the nothing before the beginning. This is where we find ourselves. I don't get nervous, says Victoriano, the master engineer. If I did, I would fall to the river. The straw the villagers use is cut, then dried and ground against stone to soften it. This last year was the stone we were ground against, and now we are soft. According to Eleuterio, master architect, we each need 40 armfuls of this softness. Twisted with the river water, our bridge will be crossing to you, our future, which is exactly what some of our elders have been trying to tell us. Victoriano reminds us that we have to pay tribute to the earth before we build. Otherwise, anything can happen. This then a tribute. Earth. We throw our softness to the future without knowing if that future is on the other shore yelling pull, or if it has turned its back to us. This, a new humility. We ask nothing of you, dear planet, but your resplendence and gravity to guide us. Thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
So Sue, I'll get you to just unmute for a second. I'm getting feedback there. Thank you very much. That was amazing. And, we hope that we have opportunities to see you in person over the next little while, and that there may be some occasions where we can have you come and share your poetry and inspire all the citizens further. It's, I think, an important role for all of us. First of all, those who love poetry, those who think that every now and then they understand a little bit of it, we always get challenged by new. And I think that's really the best part of it, right? So I'm going to just say thank you. And we appreciate you taking on this assignment. And we hope, all of us, I know, that we will have an opportunity to hear you in person sometime in the near future. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for your gift of poetry this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, and I hope to see you all in person as well. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. All right. Hopefully that filled your souls a little bit, folks. We're going to move to the approval of the minutes.
I'll move them, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell moves the approval of April the 6th. Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. We will look at the approval of the order of business. Mr. Clerk, Ian.
There is one added item for today's meeting from the clerk's office. Consent of all members of council has been received to add this item for this meeting.
Okay, so that's added to the item. That's 14.1. That is listed as an in-camera item. Does somebody want to move the approval of the order of business as, unless anybody else has anything else that they wish to add? Does somebody want to move the order of business as amended?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Now moved by Councillor Mason.
Seconded.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is carried. We have on the consent agenda a number of items. Is there anybody that wishes to speak to that? If not, somebody may wish to move the consent agenda, and I'll read the items that are on there.
Councillor Cleary moves the consent agenda.
Mr. Mason seconds.
Councillor Cleary moves. I saw Councillor Cuddle's hand. Is that a second or a question?
No, that was the question. I was wondering if we could remove item 11.6.1.
11.6.1 will be removed from the consent agenda. It's from the Heritage Advisory Committee. Other than that, it's been moved by Councillor Cleary. Was it seconded by Councillor Mason? Any other changes? If not, we'll go to a vote on that, and Ian will take us on that.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
Voting against.
11, Councillor Cuddle. Councillor Cuddle.
Oh. Sorry, am I there now? Sorry, I lost you there for a second. What was the question?
This is the vote call on the consent agenda with item 11, with the item you requested removed off the consent agenda.
Right. Vote for.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion, especially for the Muscataba Ground Search and Rescue on 11.1.1.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, so that motion is carried. So I'll just read the items that have passed on consent. 11.1.1 is Administrative Order 50, disposal of surplus property for direct sale. And that is 5802 Highway 357 Elder Bank. That has passed on consent as noted by Councillor Daigle Gammon. 11.1.5, this is long-term support for the mobile food market. That has passed on consent. 11.2.2, coming out of audit and finance, which is the write-off of uncollectible accounts, has passed on consent. 11.3.1, respecting user charges for the student transit pass pilot program, which was dealt with by transportation standing, has passed on consent. And 11.4.1, which is amending the Western Common Advisory Committee's terms of reference coming out of Halifax and West Community Council, has passed on consent. We have removed the Heritage Incentives Program from consent, and that will be discussed when it comes up on the agenda. Thank you, colleagues. So just a note too, Ian, I should make on the order of business that we will hear from the HRCE, the education, Elwin and his team at 1 o'clock to give them a time certain. So that'll be at 1 o'clock that we will hear from them. They'll have a presentation. Calls for declarations of conflict of interest, colleagues. Motions of rescission, none. Deferred business, none. There is no public hearing tonight. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received for item 11.1.3. This correspondence has been distributed to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, colleagues, are there any petitions?
Mr. Mayor, I see in the chat there, Councillor Morse raised a point of order.
Yeah, I see that. Councillor Morse on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was mistaken in my vote just now. I meant to say yes, not no. Could I correct that with the clerk?
Sure thing. I thought you had said yes, but I wasn't close. I think you went first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Morse,
So-
we have noted that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Petitions. The presentation on HRCE will be coming at 1 o'clock. Information items brought forward. There are none. We will go to reports. 11.1.1 has passed on consent. We will move to 11.1.2, which is the Alternative Procurement Halifax Transit Technology Program Extension of Program Resources. Council, what is your wish?
I'll move
I
that.
can put that on the floor for you if you wish. I do have a question about it.
Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
The Halifax Regional Council awarded a new contract with Barrington Consulting for Halifax Transit Technology Program, HTTP Program Resources at a maximum value of $1,505,000 net HST included, with funding from the New Technology Project CM 180005 as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated February 16, 2021. So moved.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Moved by Councillor Mancini, seconded by Councillor Cleary. I just want to get Mr. Traves to weigh in here. You have to be a little bit careful on what we discuss in public. Mr. Traves, can you just speak to that?
Yes, I think today on the agenda for council is the current contract. And if there's any questions around the former contract and the shift in gears that municipality took with respect to that we would need to go in camera.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
So thank you for that clarification, Mr. Traves and Mayor Savage. I know that we're scheduled to go into camera later on, and I do have questions, and I think it relates to the original contract. And so I don't want us to go necessarily have to go into camera now, but I do have questions. And so can this be added when we go into camera later on when that comes up on the agenda, and just defer it until that point in time?
We can move that to in camera if that's your wish.
It is, Mr. Mayor, but again, I don't want to go into camera now. I want to get the agenda underway and get through it. But is it possible to bring it in when we go into camera later on? That's my question.
So you want to sort of defer this to in camera?
Yeah, if that's possible.
Okay, I'm just going to ask if there's any. We can do that, but I want to make sure if there's any other questions that don't need to be done in camera, that we can give people a chance on those. Not seeing any. So Councillor Mancini wants to refer this to the in-camera part of our meeting. Do we need to have a vote on that, or can we just move it to in-camera, Ian?
We can move it to have it dealt with after the in-camera section.
Okay, so that'll be moved, colleagues. All right. Item 11.1.2, 3 is proposed amendments to administrative order respecting license permit processing fees, removal of the 4-hour cap, parking zone rate changes. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amending Administrative Order 15 respecting license permit and processing fees as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated April 9th, 2021 in order to 1, set hourly parking rates that reflect actual time of day demand based on data collected from recently adopted integrated parking technology project. 2, remove the 4-hour per zone daily maximum. 3, create additional commuter parking zone 15 as set out in attachment C of the staff report dated April 9th, 2021 and a housekeeping amendment.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do support these changes. I have circulated a amending motion that I'm going to drop into chat right now. Should have had that ready to post, but so much going on today. The parking, we've had some requests from some businesses and some discussion with some business advocates about whether or not, because of COVID and the lack of traffic, especially in the downtowns, that whether meters should be made for free or partially free. And so, we made parking free at the beginning of the COVID crisis in March, April, May last year. And what we in fact saw was more and more people who work downtown, either in service or in offices, parking in the street rather than it attracting more businesses to the downtown. So I'm very hesitant to have a very broad free parking strategy because I honestly don't think that's the issue with people coming downtown. If you're coming downtown to spend $20 or $30 on a lunch, $3 for parking at a meter or at a pay station, I don't think is a real impediment. The issue is to make sure that there is an available supply of parking. And if we get rid of paid parking, then all that parking will be by and large full. That being said, we do already have a parking validation program through Hotspot, which the Downtown Halifax Business Commission and others have been accessing. And so you can have it. So you go to a restaurant or you go to a shop, and if you paid by Hotspot, you can get the money back through Hotspot. We can't really do that through the pay stations because just like a meter, once you've put your coin in the machine, there's no mechanism for the machine to give the money back once the city's got it. So with that in mind, let me post in the chat and I'll just read this in. I would like to make the following amendment, which is rather than to, I'll just read it and then I'll explain the idea. So request a staff report with recommendations and financial impacts for investing in projects to promote parking in areas with on-street paid parking, including but not limited to variable message signs at gateways to commercial areas in the right-of-way at parking entrances, as well as a trial period for 3 to 6 months where the municipality may pay users hotspot fees. 1, pay user hotspot fees to encourage app use, 2, provide measures of free parking on Thursday and or Friday while continuing to support the goals of the parking management policy, and 3, partnering with the bids to provide funding to enable flexible free parking strategies for and a definition of special events as a part of a larger bid-led marketing strategy. So that would be my amendment.
Second.
And
Councillor Austin second.
And the intention there is, I think the changes, especially getting rid of the 4-hour parking limit at this time, which I generally supported previously, but has been a huge pain in the butt during COVID, especially. I think removing that now and moving ahead with these changes now is really important. I don't think we should delay that, but there's obviously a lot more we can do as more and more people are vaccinated to incentivize people to come downtown, but we need to be really strategic about it. And I don't feel comfortable with doing this without a further staff report. So I'd ask for council support on this amendment. We could debate it, I suppose. It's friendly since I moved the main motion to me, but I'll defer to the mayor about how we'll deal with that. But I think, I guess the question would be, and I have talked to staff about this, I get the impression bringing back, like enabling staff to have this conversation and come back with a price and options to support what the bids have been talking about is a bit of work, but it won't take months and months. So, the only question is how long do we think it might take to get that staff report back? Because I think we're all hoping to start to see some significant reopening in June, July, August. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And that was seconded by Councillor Austin. So we're on the amendment. Ian, can that be considered a friendly amendment? Or John?
Looking at the wording of this, I believe if it's appropriate to the rest of council and the mover and seconder, I think it can be made as friendly.
Okay. So that is a friendly amendment, and that amendment then carries us to become part of the recommendation. Anything else, Councillor Mason?
No, that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Hi, did you say my name, Mike?
Councillor Austin.
Oh, Austin.
Not today, Oden. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I generally supportive of Councillor Mason's comments there regarding the value of free parking, right? From the early experience of COVID, it certainly did not get used in the way that we might have hoped. And I don't think there'd be that would change now if we just wrote off parking fees from here on out to try and support small business. I don't think that a general approach there of free parking is really going to be effective. So supportive of that. I am a little reluctant to let go of the 4 hours limit, just because the complaints that I got about the 4 hour limit were primarily from people who wanted to park all day downtown, right? It wasn't the occasional user. And that the idea of the parking strategy is that we wanted to direct the long-term parking off the street. So I'm a little bit reluctant to see that go, but I do recognize we got a whole whack of complaints on it. So I can bend on that. The one question I had just for staff is regarding the new commuter zone around the hospital down there in Woodside. And my main question is I just want to make sure I understand exactly how that is going to work. Is the idea that you would pay as a commuter for parking, basically, if you're staying on the street all day down there where there is high demand, but otherwise there would be some sort of hourly limit around it, like, or is the idea that it's basically going to become like a downtown sort of zone, and the parking on the street, whether you're there for an hour or 2 hours, it's paid?
Okay, I see we have the inimitable and ultra competent Victoria Horn with us. Ms. Horn, did you get that question? Would that be you?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Austin. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So the way that we have set up the requisition to sign the streets surrounding the hospital would be the majority of parking available would be signed by permit. So not dissimilar to permit streets in the North End or in other areas of the municipality, they would be reserved for commuter parking. So that would be all day parking where residents would go online, they'd purchase on the 15th of the month, and then that would allow them to park in those specific areas on street. The majority of the parking in that area right now is unrestricted, so it's essentially free parking. It's caused a lot of sightline issues, accidents, complaints. And then closest to the hospital, there would be some limited hourly parking, so residents could park for 1 or 2 hours. We are not recommending putting paid parking in this area at this time.
Okay, that's mainly it's kind of it's a strange spot in that the character of that area is it's more suburban than it is downtown, but at the same time there's incredibly high parking demand there because of the hospital and the community college. With this change, how do we monitor? Because one of the concerns I have is that putting more restrictions on to like Acadia will suddenly mean that Renfrew Street, where residents deal with parking challenges, suddenly every inch of Renfrew Street is filled up, and we're about to narrow Renfrew to build the sidewalk on that street. So we're losing parking on one side of that street. Is there some sort of follow-up process that is part of this, just to make sure we're not creating other unintended impacts?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, yes. So anytime we implement any changes in permit introduction, restriction, removal, addition, we monitor for at least 6 months, if not beyond, complaints from residents in the surrounding areas. And in addition, we'll do site visits as well, and also monitor sales. So there's a number of triggers that we have that we'll monitor. And then with the planned construction project, as you mentioned, we'll also look at any adjustments required on street based on residential use.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I'm supportive of what we're trying to do here because there is very high demand in this area. It does need some sort of more organized approach than the system that is in place now, which is just a big free-for-all. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cuttle.
Well, thank you. Sorry, I see Sean Cleary before me, but Sean, I don't mean to butt in. Okay, you're good. Yeah. So my question, it's about I do support this motion, and in particular, looking at how we promote using the app. One of the biggest complaints I hear from folks who don't live downtown but used to go visit is that they're still having issues with the technology, understanding how to use it, understanding, dealing with the interface, whether people have data on their phones or not, the parking, pay stations. So, I don't think it's paying for parking that's the issue. I think that there's a block of people not wanting to go downtown because they don't know how to use the technology as it is. So in the staff report and in the revised motion that's been put forward, I hope that we can really look at, in the promotion of parking downtown, somehow better enabling people to use the tools that we have, and to make them more comfortable with them, because that to me, like, I don't hear anyone complaining about paying for parking. It's they don't know how to do it. They go down, they get tickets, they don't know how it works. That right now is what I see as the biggest impediment. So whatever we do, I think we really, really need to address that issue, because we don't want people avoiding going downtown because they can't figure out how to park and they don't want to get a ticket. And I know I've heard too that there's aggressive ticketing. So when people have to spend an extra 10, 15 minutes just trying to figure out how to pay for parking, they're used to going downtown, putting the coins in the meter, going to their appointment, going to what they want to do. And it's not that simple anymore, particularly for people who are first-time users. So I really think we need a better strategy around that.
Any comments on that, Victoria?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that question. We continue to monitor any complaints provided by residents about their interactions with the pay station. As I mentioned the last time we were at council, we have simplified the steps and processes on the pay stations themselves. We have brightened the contrast on the screens to make them more visible as we're having longer daylight hours. So any feedback that we are receiving from residents, we are proactively working with the vendor to update the machines. In addition to that, I would say that anybody that has a negative experience with the pay station or found it difficult and received a ticket or felt like they shouldn't have received a ticket, we have been very lenient on the review component when someone provides a complaint. So we do encourage residents, if they receive a ticket, to submit a claim for review. And like I said, we have been very lenient with staff. Unfortunately, the enforcement officers out on the street don't know whether it's a first-time parker or someone that parks there every day. All they have is the information that it's not a paid session. So we continually work on improving that experience for residents.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary, I did miss you. I've switched to a new screen here. I'm going to go back to the other one. I'm having a hard time seeing the questions. My apologies to you, Councillor Cleary. It looks like you've gone from a trolley to a hay wagon.
It's actually Perseverance. It was in the early 1900s, the only fire engine on Quinpool Road. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I have no problem deferring to Councillor Cuddle on parking issues. So, actually, I fully support the staff recommendations in the motion here. So one of the things that I think is important is we're being nimble. We're trying stuff. So this is the second set of major changes we've had to parking since we brought in the strategy, because as Ms. Horn mentioned, we are getting feedback from residents, good and bad, and they are adapting to that and making those changes. I myself have had issues. I went down to Atlantic News to try and buy my newspaper, and the pay station wouldn't take my coin. The little slot was blocked and it wouldn't open up. And so I took my chances because I was only going to be a minute anyway. And I luckily didn't get a ticket. But that kind of, those kind of issues will crop up in any new technology that you put in. And for Haligonians, this is a tough one. You know, to Councillor Mason's point, and I'm glad he's asking for the staff report with some thoughtful analysis, because I wouldn't want to simply direct the CAO or Ms. Horn to go and make these changes and give free parking to the bids, because free parking is not going to bring customers, and there's no literature to support that. What is what Councillor Cuddle talked about: easy to identify, easy to navigate, easy to pay, and also, you know, signage. And just a culture shift. Like, people have to get used to paying for stuff, and they, especially parking here. And I'm glad we're changing the fees based on the demand. And, you know, some of them are going up, some of them are going down. I'm glad we're experimenting with the 4-hour limit. You know, if someone goes downtown, my wife on her birthday went down, had a spa day, had lunch with her friends. It was just over 4 hours. And they were panicking about leaving the restaurant to try and get to their vehicle. And, you know, it's not, and they were spending a lot of money downtown. It was her birthday, good for her, 50, you know, you only turn 50 once. And so, you know, those are issues. I'm glad we're being nimble and adapting to all of these things. So kudos to our parking staff, kudos to Councillor Mason for looking for more experimentation. I can remember when the pandemic first hit, and we thought it was a great idea to offer free parking. And then we heard from a number of businesses, especially around Spring Garden Road, for example, who couldn't get customers in because people were parking there all day, and they were working in the area. And so for the business improvement districts, the best thing we can do is work with them to make sure they're getting paying customers, and those spots are being moved in and moved out. People, there's rotation of vehicles. And I think, based on the feedback I've been hearing, we're doing a pretty good job. Always lessons to learn and changes to make. And kudos to our staff for bringing another set of changes to help improve this. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and great comments have been made so far by everybody, and I certainly will be supporting the staff recommendation and also the request for the staff report. My suggestion, and I don't know if anyone would have any staff would have any feedback on this, but my concern is that the bids have brought forward some suggestions that could cost over $500,000. We estimated on a memo we saw yesterday, and the timing of this isn't great. We will have completed the budget. We are debating the parking lot, ironically, tomorrow, and the next day probably. We did assign some money in the parking lot, as I recall, for COVID recovery. And COVID recovery, we thought of events and other things, but could there not be an argument made that in addition to events and other things downtown, that the sort of things being recommended by the BIDs, and of course in Way's amendment as well, could not some of those issues be considered part of the COVID recovery and support to downtown, and thus maybe already have sort of a partial funding? So I just wanted to see if anybody had some feedback on that. What I don't necessarily want is a month or two from now to come back to us looking for $500,000 when we've just finalized the budget. I don't, maybe I'm the only one who had that concern, but I'd appreciate if staff had any thoughts on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the Deputy Mayor. So the COVID recovery funding that's in the parking lot is really associated with specific expenditures around programming, partnering with private sector, for events, small and large events, programming the downtown. It did not include a parking component. So this funding in the parking lot would be separate and apart from anything to do with parking, any parking program. So Victoria and her team will come back to council if this motion passes with a report and recommendation around what is it that we would recommend council do around this matter of somehow partnering with the bids and perhaps this whole validation program and how we may or may not want to expand that. So it's really a separate issue from my perspective, and the language in the motion that comes back that was put in the parking lot does not really contemplate inclusion of parking strategies, which is really separate and apart from anything else.
Okay, no, it's just a thought on how we might be able to fund this and help downtown if it comes back with a big price tag on it, but that's fine. We'll wait and see what comes back. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, who support this request. I just have a quick question, and Councillor Cleary hit on it a little bit about the issues we heard in the past from businesses and bids around all-day parking. So I just need a quick, quick understanding of if removal of this 4-hour cap opens up that issue again in the future. Maybe it doesn't. It's just, but I know that that's the reason we put the cap in the first place, was to try to deal with those issues. So just some clarification on if we're creating an issue again, or if we're not worried about it at the time.
Victoria.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for the question. So parking experts suggest that if you price parking appropriately, a cap should not be required. So this is why we are introducing time of day utilization, both data and recommended fees associated with it. So it's going to require some tweaking. We'll likely be back to council assuming that volumes increase throughout the summer. We're not suggesting that the rate should be static. So really, time of day pricing is meant to facilitate turnover. So in some zones, there is on-street parking with the rate structure that we've brought forward to you today, where parking on-street is going to be cheaper than neighboring parking off-street. So we do certainly anticipate that in some areas, it may incentivize people to park on-street all day. In other areas, it is either competitive with or higher than off-street parking. So we anticipate that should disincentivize parkers. We were very cautious in establishing the rates based on the time of day demand, given the feedback that we had received from business and wanting to make downtown as welcoming as possible. Could the rates be higher? Absolutely. If the intent really is to deter all day on-street parking, it likely should be higher at certain peaks of the day. But we did try to achieve a balance based on the feedback that we had received. And largely the removal of the 4-hour cap was driven by the business improvement districts and driven by the feedback that we had received that right now the focus was on providing parking availability for business owners, for their clients if they wanted to stay longer, for their employees.
Great, no, that's helpful. So thinking of the instances where parking might be more than I guess underground parking or et cetera, do you know, and maybe you don't know this right off top, but would that kind of correlate to the vicinity of off-street parking? So if you're parking in front of a underground parking lot, you would hope that it would be cheaper to go into the off-street parking rather than it'd be cheaper to be on street when there's an off-street parking lot, because we know downtown there's an ample availability of off-street, but nobody really wants to park in those.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I think it's a number of factors, councillor. I think it's about behavior. I think it's about if I found a space directly outside of where I want to go and it's on street and I know it's going to be cheaper, I'm going to park there instead of going off street. I think it depends on the quality of the off-street parking. We've received feedback in the past that some lots residents feel are unsafe. So I know a lot of private lot owners have been making a lot of conscious efforts to brighten the spaces, to improve the safety, to improve security, and we've been partnering with them in that. So I think it's really a number of factors, frankly. But again, I think time will tell based on the data that we have now, which we didn't have before, and the ability to manipulate pricing. So we will continue to work with the market and continue to work with off-street providers to achieve that balance.
Great. Last question, Mr. Mayor. Do we have any policies when it comes to off-street parking to do with safety and how it must be maintained and et cetera, et cetera?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So we do not presently regulate private off-street parking lots. The municipality owns a select few of their own, and we have our own corporate standards, both from accessibility and other standards in terms of lighting and things like that. But to my knowledge, we do not have a mechanism in place that regulates anything that's outside of provincial guidelines currently, which would mostly be around accessible parking spaces and accessibility in the lots themselves.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to duck off this call now, our meeting for half an hour. So you're going to have the floor as we discussed. It's Councillor Lovelace and Kent on the list. If nobody else joins that list, Councillor Mason will close. So I'm going to duck off. I'll be back, I hope, at 11:30. And I wish I could vote on this because I think it's a great recommendation. Fully support Councillor Mason's amendment. Deputy Mayor, you got the stick?
I am ready. I'll vote twice for you. Not a problem.
Thank you very much. I know that's a great tradition. Thank you very much. I'll join you in half an hour.
Thank you, Mayor. Good luck with your speech. All right, next we have Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you, staff, for this. I'm really excited with the amount of data that we now have. I think this is really going to change how people approach parking downtown. But I also I'm very supportive of this motion. I do believe that having more posted messaging, helping people from an educational perspective understand where and how to park. Councillor Smith has addressed my question regarding safety and the policy of safety. I have spoken with women, young women in particular, who are concerned about where they can park safely in the downtown area. So I guess I'll just go to my question, which is about the hurdle of access, the challenge of access. And I know that there has been conversations with regional council in the past with regards to Wi-Fi. So I just want to ensure that this motion will include the concept of Wi-Fi, within the scope of this motion. And, in thinking about the inability of people to use the app or find accessible parking, and the requirement that's placed on them to use Wi-Fi or to use their data, to find parking is certainly problematic. So I just wanted to find out if we're all in agreement that this, project staff review will include Wi-Fi and accessible means to access the information that's required to park safely downtown.
Okay, Victoria.
Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that. So the motion, as Councillor Mason put forward, doesn't explicitly ask about Wi-Fi. My interpretation would be that it's specific to parking, but certainly valid feedback that hotspot requires data or Wi-Fi. So we can absolutely in the report highlight for council where existing free Wi-Fi is available in the downtown core, where residents may benefit from that offering. and see if we can partner with other business units to amplify that message through the signage and other pieces that we're putting out there. I think in the staff report that we would bring forward, we would certainly look at a balanced approach of recognizing that not everyone has access to a mobile device or Wi-Fi. So what else can we do to facilitate ease of use at the pay stations, but also achieve the motion's recommendation, which is to incentivize users to hotspot.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Having lived in Fredericton, I really enjoyed the Wi-Fi, which has been in Fredericton for well over a decade. And I think that, it'd be interesting to see if there is a correlation between, the access to Wi-Fi and free Wi-Fi in the downtown core, and looking at where that, where are there parking challenges from a safety perspective. So thank you. I appreciate that, Victoria.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Thank you, Victoria. We can take on a challenge with Fredericton anytime. We're up to it. All right. And next on the list, I have Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just going to chime in quickly on this because I've not heard the thing that I'm going to bring to the table, but I want to preface this with Councillor Mancini will get a chuckle out of my comments around my inability or challenges using the parking, because he had a great lot of enjoyment telling my boys how technologically unsound I am. They already knew that, but that's okay. So yeah, I, like others, have had some challenges, but one of the things that I did notice a significant change that whatever tweaks we've made, it certainly helped me, and I think I'm a good measure on that. But one of the things that I haven't heard yet, and I think that some consideration should be given, is the glare from the sun. I don't know if anyone's thought of a hood or something, but depending on where you are and at a given time on a sunny day, literally I had to get down close. That's not healthy given the circumstances of today, but also it's really, it has inhibited it. It's very, very hard to see it. And that's not helping with people's inability. So I'm just going to raise that and ask if any consideration could be given that. So I certainly support all the efforts that we have, parking improvements, and the concerns that residents have raised with me is the complexity of it. Anything we can continue to do to improve that I'm in favor of. So I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
All right. You said you had a question. I didn't hear a question, but all right. And all right, Councillor Mason has indicated that he would like to close. I don't see anyone else on the list. So Councillor Mason, would you like to take it?
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of close, obviously Ms. Horn covered almost all the key points. I feel like I'm more summarizing what she'd already said or hinted at. The question from you, actually, Mr. Chair, when you weren't in the chair, was where would the funding source be? And this is instructive, especially for the newer councillors. This is going to keep happening. We're going to pass a budget and then new things are come to us. This came to us yesterday, and we're going to have to figure out whether we're going to be able to fund it or not. There's a talk of a second round of safe restart money. Could be reserves. It could be from whatever the gas tax was renamed to, or it could be we don't do anything at all. We don't know yet, because we also don't know the scope of what the potential partnership and funding could look like. And that's why we have to ask for a staff report, which I know some of the downtown businesses, it's driving them batty. They feel like they're being reported to death, but at the same time, we have a little bit of runway here with the federal money still being in place until June, and the vaccination planning saying everyone will have a first shot by the end of June. On the all-day parking dollar value that Councillor Smith raised, I've been at this for 8 years now, and the key thing is that on-street parking is the premium product, right? That's the gold star, that's the caviar, and it should be more expensive than off-street parking. That is, that is a fundamental of parking. And so right now, even with the changes we're making, parking downtown will still be slightly cheaper than some of the new parking. Wendy at Halifax Partnership pointed out to me that the new proposal is $4 cheaper than parking all day in the Nova Center. So This is just a waypoint on a journey we're going to continue to be on, because if we're really serious about our parking policy, which I think is a very good policy, we need to eventually make it so that each zone is assessed and clearly higher to park on street all day than parking off street. And that will incentivize the behavior of people looking for alternatives who are looking to park all day, not those who are coming to shop or get their hair cut or to go to a restaurant. And then the final thing I'll say is along those lines is Calgary, I know, and I'm not sure if any other city has what's called variable pricing. So if an area or a street has high demand, the price goes up for parking there. And it has worked really well in Calgary. The councillors all talk about it. And I think that's the gold standard. We're not doing that during COVID. It doesn't make any sense. But I think we should all be aware that we have the capability to do that with the new system. That's part of why we put in the new system. And I strongly support bringing that probably in 2 years. So thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Council, for your support. Question.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. The question has been called for. Mr. Clerk, Ian, would you take us through the vote?
Speaking to the motion as amended, beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the amended motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
You can stop laughing at me, Tony. In favor.
The screen's not bright enough, I know.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Very supportive, yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes, thank you. All right, I had a call come in just as I was going to do the next thing here. Okay, next on our list, we have report 11.1.4, which is reimagining public safety, a review of enforcement delivery and the role of police agencies in HRM. The Councillor Mason has asked to move this, and we have staff Amy Siciliano and Paul Johnston available if we have questions. Councillor Mason, would you start us off by putting the motion on the floor?
Sorry, I just had a little internet bobble. What are we doing?
Okay, it's indicated here that you would like to move for the item 11.1.4.
Someone just microwaved something and I was on the wrong Wi-Fi. Sorry about that.
Okay. You put a foil hat on, it helps.
I think I'm going to have to. I move that Halifax Regional Council endorse the approach as outlined in the staff report dated March 15th, 2021 for the review of enforcement delivery and role of police agencies in HRM. I so move.
Second.
Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Thank you. Questions or comments, Mr. Mason?
So thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, it's funny because I know some observers make fun of us for thanking staff all the time, but I got to thank staff for this report, especially I know, Amy Siciliano was very involved with this, and I know many others were as well. And this is a weighty and substantial and well thought out report. I feel, this is exactly what, when I made the motion and asked for this to come forward, this is exactly what I was hoping for. So I see Jacques got his hand up and he probably wants to introduce it because it is a big bit of work. And I'm just going to say, I accept the timeline. I accept the recommendations. I accept that we are going to have many hard discussions and we're going to meet with the public. And there's going to be tears and it's going to be hard and it's important work. And as I've said before, and I'm going to say it now, this is probably one of the, if not the most important thing we will do as a council in the next 4 years. So I'm really pleased to see this here and I support the approach. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Jacques, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to make one comment. Agree with everything that Councillor Mason has said. There's probably questions in your mind as to, there's this motion. There's also the motion that was adopted by council at the last meeting, looking at the structure of policing. In other words, that there's two reports really in flight now. One is about the what and what is about the how. So all those two reports, one looking at structure and this particular one, will at some point meet together in a comprehensive report to council. So the intent here is that within 18 to 24 months, these two reports will come back to council. As Councillor Mason has pointed out, this is a very large piece of work. Amy has done an exceptional job pulling together all the pieces in responding to Councillor Wace's motion. And now, of course, we're going to be hiring a consultant to lead the charge around the structural question, right? But those two reports really have to be merged at some point, right? And council has to make a decision in both respects at pretty much the same time. So if that's the question, I'm assuming that many of you have sort of wondered about that and how that will work. And of course, I'll also point out there's another review or study going on, and that's all about the definition of defunding police that the Board of Police Commissioners has authorized to undertake, and has appointed a committee, an external committee that will undertake that work, presumably over the next few months, right? So that report would end up going back to the police commissioner, Board of Police Commissioners, well in advance of these other two reports that are coming before council. So we'll also take some inspiration of that work that is being done by the committee, the subcommittee that was established by the Board of Police Commissioners. So I just want to put all that in context with you in terms of timing. Timing is within 2 to 3 months, the Board of Police Commissioners will receive a report, likely from a subcommittee, an externally based subcommittee. And then, of course, as CEO, I'll be bringing forward a report and recommendation to you associated with the two council motions, regional council motions. And of course, in the course of doing that work, we'll seek input from the Board of Police Commissioners as well. Right? So I just wanted to put that into context so everybody understands where we're going and what the timelines are. So it's going to be up to 2 years anyway before we ever bring this back to council.
Thank you, Jacques. And just quickly, I think as we mentioned the other day too, the chief is also working on a deployment and a response report as well of who and how and where they'll respond. So that's going to be tidy. But we actually have about 6 balls in the air right now when it comes to police. So,
and I think it's important to your point. It's important to take a look at all the information and to make sure that council is aware that we've looked at everything and before we make recommendations going for council.
Exactly. Thank you, Jacques. Next on the list, we have Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I had a good look at the report, and I appreciate the amount of work and the concept and the idea. As Councillor Mason mentioned, this is a huge body of work, and I really appreciate it. There are 2 things that I wasn't able to find information on, and I'm just wondering if someone could address them. One of them is the training that would be offered. So we have the proposed changes to the policy and the structure and everything else. How would those changes come about? Would it be internal training? Would it be external training? Are we going to look nationally or internationally for the training or for the different models? One of the advantages of even looking international is if you look beyond North America, in some cases you get out of the gun culture, and it could have a huge impact on what happens here. The second thing is a feedback cycle. What are we with every process? There should be, in my mind, continuous review and enhancement of that cycle, and I didn't see anything in the framework that outlined that. And I'm just wondering if we could hear about both the training and the feedback cycle and continuous improvement on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Amy Siciliano, I believe, is on the call. Amy, could you respond to those questions?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good morning,
Thank you.
everyone. Great. Good
Morning.
morning. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. On On the question of training, I think we don't know what types of changes will be proposed yet, and who would be in the best position to be leading some of the structural reforms that will come out of this review. So I appreciate the question on training, but I think it's a bit premature to identify what types of training and who would be trained and how they would be trained. And then to your second question on feedback cycles, I agree wholeheartedly. If you look at the phase 2 of the proposed approach, I think creating a strategic plan that has a shorter life cycle than the current, for instance, public safety strategy that we have, which is a 5-year cycle, allows us to identify where we want to be realistically within 3 years and build into that plan ways to monitor and evaluate the changes that we make. I think, when you are doing some systems changes like this, there's always going to be things that would be external that you may not anticipate because they would be external to the actual system that you're trying to change. And so trying to build something that would capture the externalities, if you will, of this type of work, I think is going to be a really important and also a significant challenge.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Councillor. I'm going to move on now. Next is Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Actually, my questions were answered by Mr. Dubé. My questions were about the multiple reports that are out there and the possibility of them coming together. So I'm good. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
You're welcome. It's a good one. I'm going to move on then to Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Yeah, I want to also commend staff on this report. It really did go into a lot of depth and consideration around, what is happening in policing and in particular in the needs of protecting community safety in our communities. One of the things that really stood out to me was that, in looking at different models, there's kind of a lot of discussion, not just, here, but globally around moving to more community-based policing models. One of my biggest concerns right now continues to be the fact that we have drastically cut our community response officers within HRP, and there has been no plan presented on how they will be reinstated. When I see what's happening currently within our policing model and then what's being called for in things like this report, it seems to me to be a disconnect. And so my concern is that while we're waiting for this report, and I mean, the communities, like, we've been, calling for change for a long time. I mean, this is nothing new. I'm really wondering what's happening today at HRP in regards to looking at how we support this call for more community-based style policing, working with community organizations, building partnerships and relationships with not only community organizations, but external stakeholders. And my fear is that we're asking for another report that's going to be put on a shelf and that we won't see the actioning required to make this shift. And if anything, what I see right now is us going the opposite direction. So, I'm just wondering, are there things we can do today to help address some of these concerns and ideas?
All right, well, thank you, Councillor. I don't think we have anybody from HRP on, but Amy, maybe you could take a preliminary kick at answering this, and I don't believe anybody from HRP is on to talk about existing measures. Amy, do you want to take that for now?
Certainly, I can try. So we work with community and hear very similarly to what the councillor said around the value of community response officers. And, in what we're doing right now, I think we started this process a while ago. And just, in the 3 years that I've been here, my work with as public safety advisor has gone from, a public safety advisor with a budget of $2,000 to now overseeing 2 programs. We have our community mobilization team. We have the UN Safe Cities for Women and Girls program. So 2 programs, 3 staff. We're hiring another person this month. Lillian Ash has just been promoted to manager of programs and engagement, which builds the capacity of my office to do even more work with community. So I think that we've come a long way in a relatively short period of time with me being here, building on the great work that was done previously to work with community to address safety concerns. So I feel very strongly that we have a good foundation. We work really well with the CROs and other police on the ground with community. So we're doing it already, and I think we're doing good work with community right now, and that work is only growing, and will continue to, regardless of, the outcome of this report.
Thank you,
All right,
Amy. Thank you for all
Amy.
your hard work.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. And I think we all would probably agree we'd be lost without those CROs to help us. Councillor Kent, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm excited to see this come forward, actually. I think there's a lot of great work done here, but the proof will be in the pudding, so to speak. The approach statement around why have we as a society depended on police for so many of the problems we are faced with today, and what are the more appropriate and alternative solutions for Halifax? I think that is such a strong, relevant statement that we should be getting out there ahead of this on a communications piece to our public. Touching a little bit on Councillor Cuddle's points, I had the opportunity to work very closely with dedicated community policing officers in the district when I was on council before. There a lot of work went into creating that position through the RCMP directives and resourcing. And I have to say that experience, and we went through probably 3 different community policing officers who were dedicated, but one of the best things that happened out of that was the approach that the community had to bring issues to the table without actually engaging the larger policing capacity. It was a proactive approach where we collectively within the community work with that community policing officer to say, well, what does this situation really need? Does it need some mental health support? Does this need a parenting support? Does this need a collective community wraparound support, and to prevent and or minimize what was going on that sometimes escalates to where you have to call the police. But we worked very hard to avoid that, and I think that's what this is getting at. So the importance of having a relook at that kind of model, and it certainly sounds encouraging. I do want to reach out to you as well to just kind of get an update on where we are on your community response model and that sort of thing, because I think I'm missing a link. I still continue to get people in the district who say, why don't we have that? Why did we lose that? And why don't we have that? That was so effective. And I can't understate that because I can't overstate it, because it really was effective and helpful. And I think it was very close to a model that, although not formalized, it's what it created, and it's a big loss. And anything we can do to bring that type of energy back to and that kind of approach. So I'm excited to see this. One of the things that I say consistently on any big initiatives such as this, since being back here, is please utilize the capacity that we as councillors bring to connect with our communities. They look to us as leaders. They look to us as the disseminator of information. They look to us for educating them and giving them opportunities for input. And that's an important piece. It doesn't have to be politicized. It can be a conduit to bringing people to the table to have input. And that leads me to a question around when I look through this, and I'm so pleased to see the agencies or I'm just sorry. Here I go again, Councillor Mancini. I'm looking at my paper instead of online. When I see health services, education, justice, community services, municipal affairs, infrastructure and housing, emergency services, all tremendous allies in this, all tremendous stakeholder groups. But I really think now is the time, more than ever before, we need to bring the average resident in our community to the table to let them have a voice and bring honest first voice experiences to what it is they need and what it is they fear, what it is that has been successes. So can you comment on, and this, I know this is early stages, but could you share what you could envision in that way that would bring the residents of our district, not through an agency, but not through another person's voice, but first voice opportunities to engage on making sure we're hitting the mark on what we would, at the end of this, recommend for change?
All right, thank you, Councillor. And I'm going to ask Amy to start off the response.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the Councillor. Yes, I think, we have good work to build on. When Dr. Claremont did his review back in 2008 that, led to the creation of this office, I believe it was 1 in 60 residents who had a voice in the development of that review. And so we have a standard to look to in engaging the community. And I think that we will certainly, develop a plan to do that, to make sure that folks from all different geographic areas and walks of life have an opportunity to contribute to this work. There are, and the approach identifies the need to not, have multiple engagements on the same issue happening simultaneously, and also to ensure that we are, learning from what we've already heard from communities. So there were significant engagements around the street checks report. As was mentioned, also the Board of Police Commissioners are doing engagement on policing. The HRP has a community engagement survey that they are developing as well. So there's lots of pieces going on, and I think that we need to sit down and look at what we've heard already, what's going on right now, and how that information can really inform in a meaningful way what we know, so that when we go back to community, we start from what we heard.
Yeah. Okay,
All
great.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you both. And next on the list, I have Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Amy, for this report, and Councillor Mason for initiating it. And, when you spoke about where your office came from and to where it is today, it's amazing to see. And I don't know how many conversations we've had over the past number of years, I guess so, at this point, around the office and the support that you have provided, and even before you, and thinking of the community mobilization team. So, understanding the back end of what we're seeing today, and even a public safety report before this, commend you and the team that you now have on all the work that's happening. And, related to this, supported, what I really thought was important in the report was the timeline of how we got to here and where we want to go. Because we sometimes forget that some of this work has a place where it started, and seeing that timeline was very, very helpful, especially the most recent, the 2020 timeline. My question related to this work today is the RFP process, because part of it is to hire a consultant to help with that work. So would the RFP be developed with the internal group? I know it says that the team, the internal oversight team, would develop the RFP. So who would be part of that? And do you envision using a partner, outside partner or two, to just make sure that if there's any community pieces that might be missed or whatnot?
All right, thank you, Councillor. Amy, do you want to try that, or do we want to give Paul a turn? Put him on the spot. So it doesn't matter to me.
I can start, and perhaps Paul can help. So I think that's a really good point. The internal oversight committee is made up of staff, and right now that is the proposed approach to creating the RFP. I think, and I would defer to Paul and Monsieur Dubé on this, if there's room to have perhaps a representative from the Board of Police Commissioners to broaden that out. To ensure that we have the folks that we need at the table. And your second question is around. I'm sorry, I may have to ask you to.
No,
to
that was
rephrase.
The first comment was, thank you for all your hard work. The second question was around the RFP. So you're good.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanking you for your hard work is not a question, so that's good. Did Mr. Dubé or Paul want to add anything, or can I move on? Unless they pop up, I'll move on.
Yeah, hi, it's Paul Johnston here, Managing Director of Government Relations and External Affairs. I thought rather than just sitting here, I should say something today.
There you go. I gave you a segue.
I guess the only other thing I would add, similar to some of the other answers Amy provided earlier, it's still early days in terms of figuring out kind of where we're going from here, because this report, as you know, just kind of laid out the process from here. I think, like Amy said, we definitely be interested in pursuing a model where we can get as much engagement as possible in developing the RFP. The only other piece I would add is to follow up on what the CAO said at the outset, is we have to figure out where the kind of the second motion fits into this as well in terms of the other report. So I think long story short, all of that work will kind of determine who we get engaged in the RFP process for both. I don't know how much more clarity that added. But.
No, it's good to see you. Thank you for your help. Next, we have Councillor.
Sorry, if I give
have
1 second. Yep. I didn't have a question, but then Paul, you just made me think of something. So thinking of the public safety strategy, I forget the timeline that we had on that. Is there any piece of the public safety strategy that would fit within this work at all? And that's it, I promise. Thank you.
See, I shouldn't open my mouth. No, it's a great question, Councillor, and through the Deputy Mayor to you. I think we might do the opposite this time, as I might start and then turn it over to Amy. But I think when we initially envisioned this, I think this work was essentially the first step leading to as the report is titled, Reimagining the Public Safety Strategy. So I definitely think it has a place within that broader strategy. And what we hope to do was use this work to inform what the next version of the public safety strategy looks like. That's my attempt, but I think Amy could probably provide a bit more detail on that if need be.
Certainly. So I think one of the great things about the public safety strategy that we have right now is that we've already started. In addition to prioritizing some new initiatives and strengthening the collaboration amongst different business units and external partners, one of the key strengths of our existing public safety strategy is that it started that systems mapping already of, where are we working in this space of community safety and well-being. And there are, as you know, when you look at the previous reports that I've brought to council, an incredible amount of work being done, in our rec centers, in our libraries, in community, all kinds of really remarkable stuff going on. So so we've started that work, and when I've gone through what we do, I always think of it through that framework of the prevention, starting all the way from social development to kind of crisis response. And so I think yes, absolutely, we are building on our existing public safety strategy, and we'll use that to inform the next phase. And we've timed it so that we will bring to council a new community safety and well-being plan precisely at the time when our existing public safety strategy is set to, or is ready for a refresh, I guess is the way to say it.
All right, thank you. Much more flexible than Councillor Russell will be tomorrow, so don't get used to this, Council. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, you are next, and thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Acting Chair. Whoops, you're going to hear my train for a minute. I might get. God
knows I love trains.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated reading this report. And, I'm going to admit I had to read it maybe 2 times just to get the sense of everything. Wanted to build on some of my colleagues' questions and to Councillor Lindell-Smith too, the timeline had my interest. So I find it ambitious. I know people think that reports take a long time, but given the scope and the amount of consultation, the timeline is ambitious. So I compliment you on that. The fact that there are other similar reports in the hopper that are coming out, I know sometimes it's difficult to understand. I wonder if there is an opportunity to create some kind of an infographic about here are all the reports that are in this theme, and here's where they intersect. One of the concerns would be around mission creep between the scope of one report and then the scope of another. So if there was like a calendar look and it had all of these reports, here are the timelines, here is where there are similarities, here is where engagement can be complemented instead of duplicated. I think that would be easier for actually even myself, but it would also be easier for the general public to be able to go on the Halifax website and say, okay, this is what this looks like. Here's an infographic, here's a map of exactly what Halifax Council is going to combine or look at all of these reports. Is that a possibility?
I'm going to see if Jacques wants to maybe take that one, since he brought up the issue of all the balls in the air, as I call them. Just to put him on the spot for a change.
I never knew you'd be shy to do that before, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, there's definitely a possibility. We can certainly produce a briefing note that basically lays out some of the reports that have tentacles within this particular body of work. Certainly, we can do that for you. An infographic may be more challenging for us, especially people like myself who are graphically disinclined, but we will definitely take a look at that, but certainly a briefing note will be something we could do. I just wanted to also just circle back to the suggestion from Councillor Smith, who's also chair of the Board of Police Commissioners, as to input into the RFP document. So, and Amy touched on it. I just wanted to just sort of put this out to you that we will certainly consult with the Board of Police Commissioners on the RFP, on a draft of it. The extent to which we would bring in a member of a governance board into the actual working committee of that it's unlikely, but we would probably want to consult with the board in and of itself, so that they have a chance to say, look, give us their input and before we actually release it. That helps.
Right. Thank you, CAO. Councillor, are you good?
May I have a quick follow-up?
Very quickly.
Okay, great. Just in terms of the briefing note, Mr. DeBay, would it be something that could be made public so that if people go to our website, they're going to be able to see what this looks like?
Yeah, I'm sure we could make sure that it's something that could be viewed by the public, certainly. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you both. On the list, I have now Councillor Lovelace, please. Lovelace, please. Not Lovelace, Lovelace.
Lovelace. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate this report. Thank you so much. This, like Councillor Daigle-Gammon said, needed to read it a couple of times to really fully feel where we were headed, to understand some of the challenges that we're facing, and also recognize the various different bodies that are doing really good work, in a sense collaboratively, but also disjointed. And one of the things I wanted to raise here is what I see as missing. And I find it's also missing, perhaps intentionally or not intentionally, in the public safety strategy. And that is the most vulnerable people within our society, which is children. And recognizing that Nova Scotia has the highest rate of human trafficking across the country, understanding the fact that human trafficking response is new, especially here in Nova Scotia. Yes, the provincial government is attempting to put appropriate resources to human trafficking. We know that violent extremism is intricately related to human trafficking. And so I guess my question is, where is the understanding? Because I really think it needs to be within the RFP to fully understand, the role of human trafficking in the province here in Nova Scotia as a hub for human trafficking, and also to recognize that the education and the connection to HRCE is essential, because it is the education of teachers and the relationship with RCMP and HRP that really helps identify those young people that are in need of assistance from getting out of human trafficking or not falling into that, and also the violent extremism and the gangs and so on that we're dealing with here in Halifax in particular. So I wonder, Amy, if you can speak to that, please.
Yeah, I think Amy's still with us.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for your question. And I agree wholeheartedly that this is an issue that that needs to be prioritized. I can tell you that we, as in folks from my office, sit with the YWCA, who leads a coordinated approach to addressing human trafficking. It's called TESS, Trafficking Elimination Systems, Service Systems. I can't remember exactly the acronym. So we sit there, HRP sits there, RCMP sits there. The Youth Advocate Program Manager, I believe, still sits there, certainly did in the past. With COVID, things have changed to virtual meetings. So we contribute to that work in that way. And with the growth of the UN Women's Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces program, that is certainly an area where we want to be working more from the perspective of my office. So when we bring the new person on board, we'll be starting interviews next week. That will be something that I think we'll have a greater capacity to look at and prioritized internally.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that and look forward to continuing this work with you. Thank you.
Thank you both. I don't see anyone else on the list. Just double checking here. I don't see anybody else on the list. So are we, oh, I'm sorry. I do see Councillor Purdy now. Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. This is one of the topics where I really feel the lack of our being together. For me anyway, I just reading the report, I want to talk about it with someone. I want to, so this conversation is really, really helpful. And I agree with Councillor Lovelace, human trafficking, definitely, we certainly have a lot more work to do in terms of education and prevention within the school system. And just agree with so many comments that have been said already today, but I also, in reading all the reports and trying to get caught up from the, the recommendations and the reviews that have already been done with our policing topic, something that it just hit me last night, something that seems to be missing in these reviews and reports is the idea of reconciliation And where does that come into play? Because that is a very real and needed thing to happen in our communities and on our streets and with our most vulnerable populations. Reconciliation and the need for stories to be told and stories to be heard and stories to be validated. And so I'm just hoping in the advisory committee level or some, when this is actually playing out, that it's not just another report, but real people are able to share their stories and be validated. That is powerful in terms of the healing process, and we need reconciliation. Policing is incredibly important. Community policing, very important. And I do believe that they do keep our communities safe. So I just thought that just seemed to be a missing element from some of these reports that I've been reading, is that very big issue of reconciliation, and to try to kind of have a lens to look through all of these things with that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Amy, do you want to respond to anything?
I can quickly say two things. I think some of the important work that is being undertaken by the Board of Police Commissioners on community engagement may address some of that piece that you're speaking of. We also have, our diversity and inclusion team, an Indigenous advisor, and as I understand it, a part of that work is to look at internally and externally, through the lens of reconciliation, our policies, procedures, and programs.
All right, thank you very much. Now I don't see any further names on the list, so are we ready for the questions, folks? Ready for the question?
Jacques had his hand up.
Oh, is Jacques back again? Go ahead, sorry. Missed that one. I need a bigger
very
screen.
quickly, I just want to circle back to Councillor Lovelace's comment about human trafficking here in Nova Scotia. So certainly I just want to speak on behalf of or reflect on what the RCMP and HRP are actually doing. So Amy's absolutely right. There's a lot of work going on in this area. There was a presentation at the Board of Police Commissioners probably about a year and a half ago or so by the RCMP and on the task force that's working across Nova Scotia in relation to this. So this is not something that's new. This has been an ongoing issue. There are very tactical measures being undertaken by the RCMP and by HRP, working with school districts, working with a number of other partners around all of that. The last point I'll make is on reconciliation, and absolutely, Tracy Jones-Grant and her team at Diversity Inclusion ANZIO are heavily involved in reconciliation efforts. As an organization, we are also heavily involved in reconciliation efforts on a number of fronts, working with the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, for example, various First Nations across Nova Scotia. Councillor Mason is the liaison counselor associated with our First Nations folks here in Nova Scotia. So we're always looking for opportunity to enhance our partnership in that respect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I don't see anyone else on the list now, so I'm going to ask the clerk to take us through the vote, please.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Sorry, in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor?
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion.
Oh, all right. Welcome back, boss. You can have the chair again.
All right, thank you, Deputy. So that motion carries. Thank you for that. So that was 11.14. I'm assuming 11.15 has passed on consent. That's long-term support for the mobile food market. We go to coming out of audit and finance, 11.2.1, proposed amendments respecting marketing levy, special event reserve grants. Coming out of audit and finance, Councillor Russell, did you wish to do that one?
I can certainly do this. Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to the Administrative Order 2014-020-Gov respecting marketing levy special events reserve grants as set out in attachment 2 of the November 18, 2020 staff report with an amendment to section 4C4A of Administrative Order 2014-020-Gov to read as follows: provides up to 5 consecutive years of sustainable funding.
Second by Mancini.
Okay, thank you very much. This was an oversight in, I think, in the way that these grants were set up. There are 2 basic grants that are annual grants. So an entity would apply for these grants year over year over year. And when that entity is new, when the event is new, it would be an emerging event. And you could apply for that for the first 3 years of your life in operation. After a period of time, after 5 years, it would become a signature event. And we have multiple signature events around town. So the oversight was what happens in year 4. And this was something that was noticed before the election, and it has taken to now. And I appreciate that this report has come forward and has outlined things so clearly. But what this does is basically extend the emerging event so that it covers years up to year 5, so that the event can then be considered a signature event. That is really the essence of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. See no other questions? Ready for the question.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion. Thank you. That passes. We will item 11.2.2 has passed on consent. That also came out of audit and finance and was subject to discussion there. That was the write-off of collectible accounts. 11.3.1 coming out of transportation has passed on consent. That was a bylaw regarding expanded student transit pass. 11.4.1 came out of Halifax and West Community Council. That's passed on consent, amending the Western Common Advisory Committee's terms of reference. We will go to Harbor East Marine Drive Community Council, item 11.5.1, access point to Silver Sands Beach. That would have to be Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pleased to put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to explore the acquisition of lands for an improved or alternate access to Silver Sands Beach pursuant to the Real Property Transactions Policy Administrative Order 2018-004-ADM.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Kent, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. I am, I'm excited and I'm looking for support from council on this longstanding precarious situation that's been around the Silver Sands Beach. For those of you who have not had a chance to visit the District 3 in the Cow Bay area, this beach has a long history of significance in the community. The historical significance around Indigenous lands, around popular destinations, cultural and historical and community significance. It has been an icon, really, a flagship of that community for many, many decades. That particular beach has not only impacted the lives of those who have lived here, but that beach was the where the sand was taken to create and build the hydrostrone area of Halifax. It had contributed to the foundations of the bridge development and Shearwater. A lot of sand had been taken from that area, yet that beach continued to thrive and be a going concern and an area of a destination for many, many people. For those of you who have had any insight into the community, you might have heard about our beautiful large statue of the moose. We call it the Cow Bay Moose. It is HRM dedicated it as a community park connected to the Silver Sands Beach area many years ago. Winston Bronwyn was a local artist. In fact, that moose was one of many, many statues that were all around and along the Silver Sands Beach. They have since gone, but reiterations of the moose stands tall and vibrant and proud in the community. Many of families in this area at the turn of the century, actually, from all over Halifax would visit with their parasols and their beach umbrellas and visit that as a summer destination. The community at large have enjoyed canteens and many, many activities. Now, over the course of time, with some development around that particular beach, there have been private parcels that have popped up and around access to the beach. In particular, the municipality has had negotiated an easement over private property that is still in place, that was intended and for many years accomplished the community connection to the to the beach over this easement. Over the course of time, erosion has played a toll there and now has diminished that particular easement to a small 3-foot space at low tide where someone might actually walk across that easement and land on the municipal parcel, which that now leads to a lot of confusion and concern in the community to where really is that path leading him to. It's leading either to the end of just a private parcel and then potentially asking or allowing or encouraging people to walk across 2 other parcels of private land to get to the municipal parcel. So this motion was brought forward to Community Council through former Councillor Karsten to investigate a potential land purchase to create definitive and long-standing access to the beach that will not be encumbered by easement change, by erosion, and those kinds of things. Staff did a report and did some preliminary work that it was encouraging and identified a number of potential parcel acquisitions that could create the more formalized and long-standing access to that coastal space that is so important to the District 3 and to the Cow Bay area, but many, many visitors. So this, we got that report at Harbour East Community Council earlier this year, and Community Council was supportive of us bringing it forward to Regional Council for the approval to go ahead and finalize that. They do have some potential sites that they can investigate. We need to kind of put this to rest. The access and the change in circumstances over the years has been problematic for the community. I think from my perspective as the counselor, and I know from former Councillor Karsten, this is a way forward to, I think, to bring another positive space to the community that has been so loved and so protected for so long. And this is the next step, and a critical step. So I'm asking for council's support on this. My understanding is that this is not new money. This would be through the parkland acquisition, which is a priority of council. So I'm asking for council's support for District 3 on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle on this?
I see. Oh, Councillor Purdy, that was from before. Great. Don't want to be jumping the queue again. I just want to say that I am in full support of this motion. You know, one of the things that we're seeing, almost every day in Nova Scotia is the loss of access to our shoreline and to our coastal areas. You know, we promote ourselves as Canada's ocean playground. We recognize that our position on the ocean is one of our biggest strengths and assets as a city, as a municipality, as a province. Yet, through the sale of land, through the subdivision of land, or just, simply by taking for granted the traditional access points without formalizing them, we're seeing a decrease in access to the coast. And with our growing population, I think that we really need to make it a priority to secure more access to our shoreline and to our coastline. So, I would love to see this happen. I would love to see a study done of where else in our municipality we can create more access points. But for now, Becky, I'm supporting this motion and this initiative. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Mr. Mayor, may I just close on with, before we move forward in the agenda, should this pass? I mean, I'm looking, the lack of questions is a good thing, but so I'm encouraged, but at the same time, I do want to take the opportunity to put a shout out to the community for their unending and unwavering support and acknowledgement of this very important space in Cow Bay. Also, I want to put a shout out to former Councillor Karsten for recognizing the way, a potential way forward. Staff, they've really worked hard over the last number of years with all of the community engagement and all community input. And in particular, Gary Young, our park planner, he has been steadfast and respectful and responsible and professional in every dealing that he's had with our community. And I'm incredibly grateful for that. And I think that it has, he's been such a good steward. Not everything in the community has always been easy. So I just see this as such a positive step forward. So thank you. And with that, I'll call the question.
All right, go to the question. I'm sure former Councillor Karsten is watching. Councillor Kent, and I want you to know I'm wearing a tie he gave me upon his retirement in honor of your motion today. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes, and hi, Billy.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative, and bring on Sandy Point.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Beachy, yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion carries. Colleagues, we will, it being 12:05, we'll take a break. We will come back at 1 o'clock. And we will be hearing at that point, Ian, from Elwyn and the team at the Halifax Regional Center for Education. Elwyn LaRue, Paula Daniluk McDonald, and Bob Mann of the community. All right, we're all in. Enjoy your lunch, colleagues. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Just a reminder, please return to this meeting. We will have your microphones and cameras shut off when you return, and we will turn it live. When we return, we'll be going live right on YouTube. Have a good lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 minute to 1 o'clock. We are going to release your mics and release your video. Please note that we are currently streaming to YouTube. Mayor Savage, your mic and your camera is on, and we are ready to go on your call.
Our guests here, Elwin and the team.
Yes, they are. Elwin, can you hear us and unmute your microphone?
Yes, good afternoon. We are here.
Okay, great. We'll get you in just one sec. Oh, there's the group of them there. Okay, I'll go live anytime, Ian.
You are good to start whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay. Colleagues, welcome back. Tuesday, April 20th, afternoon session of council. And we're beginning with an important topic. And this is a visit that we always appreciate from the Halifax Regional Center for Education, and specifically talking about SUP funding, supplementary education funding. We're very pleased to welcome Elwin Leroux, who's been here on a number of occasions before, who's the Regional Executive Director of HRCE, Paula Daniluk McDonald, who's the Principal, Halifax Regional Arts, and Bob Mann, who's a community member, parent of 5 young artists, and if it's the Bob Mann that I know, I think his father was an actor as well back in the day, and a pretty good one.
Of a sort, Mr. Mayor, that's right. Yeah.
Anyway, welcome to you all. I'll throw it over to you, Elwin. We'll have a presentation. If people have any questions, be happy to engage them. So folks, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Savage, CEO DeBay, members of Regional Council, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you this afternoon to explain the programming that we have under the Supplementary Education Fund. I'm going to share my screen and walk through this afternoon some of the celebration that is supplementary funding. As the Mayor has introduced, I have some guests with me today. I have some experts who are going to gush about supplementary funding, our principal of the program, and a community member and parent of 5 young artists. HRCE and HRM have a common goal. We work to creating a healthy, sustainable, viable, and a well-educated community. This shared vision of excellence provides a framework in which we work together to support annually supplementary education funding to the benefit of our youngest citizens. Supplementary education funding is used to support fine arts programming, library support specialists, social workers, as well as other programs and services that enhance experience for students throughout HRM. In our very brief time today, we'll highlight the overwhelmingly incredible program that is Halifax Regional Arts. I've asked Paula, our principal, to join us and to walk us through some of the highlights of our programming.
Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here to share with you some of the amazing and magical things that we do to enhance the fine arts in the 4 disciplines: music, drama, dance, and visual arts for all of our students across HRM from grades primary to 12. So in the next few slides, I'm going to share with you some of the work that the music specialists, the family and school fine arts specialists, regional specialists have been doing with all of our students. I'd like to start with music. HRA music consists of a variety of opportunities for students all across HRM. Beyond the choirs and the bands and the orchestras and the string programs that we have, we offer a multitude of other opportunities for all of our young citizens. We do things like percussion groups, keyboard classes, songwriting and recording and composition, working with clinicians. We offer anything that our students are interested in, and we evolve and we move to what their interests and needs are. Due to supplementary funding, HRM boasts the largest string program east of Montreal. This year, we have 2,245 students from grades 4 to 12 that are receiving string instruction. And 1,039 of those students are grade 4s, and they all receive instruction and free instruments and books. I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to experience String Night at the Forum, but it truly is an extraordinary experience when you see those young musicians being celebrated and how much it's appreciated by the family. And incidentally, we also not only give and loan out string instruments, but any instruments that our students need across HRM, we take care of them. In dance, we have many fine arts specialists who do all kinds of diverse dance forms with our students. And it's, again, based on student interest, and we tailor those offerings. Some of it might be tap and jazz, like you might see on the left-hand side of your screen. It might be hip hop and break dancing, as you see at the bottom, or theater choreography, as you see on the right. And we also incorporate as many cultural dances as we can as well, as you can see in the middle with bongo dancing. Several of our families of school fine arts specialists specialize in drama, and they offer programming all during the day, after school, evenings, and all kinds of workshops. We also connect with students with local industry professionals as well. You might have seen over the last couple of years productions that we've done with students like Seussical the Musical, Elf Jr., Romeo and Juliet. Last year, while we were rehearsing for 12th night, COVID hit. We are a creative bunch, so we turned that into a radio drama. And this year we're actually rehearsing Hamlet right now from grades 8 to 12 right across HRM. And we're doing that in conjunction with Shakespeare by the Sea. And we will be letting you know when that's going to be streamed virtually for you. We often hear the visual arts and we think of painting and drawing. I want to share some of the artwork that you see on the screen right in front of you. The top left artwork is a technique called oil pastel resist. Students were depicting their renditions of characters from Indigenous folktales. And these pastel resist drawings imitate wood engraving, an art form that's been around for almost 500 years. The bottom left is abstract artwork that was made from found objects, and because of the opaque nature of the sea, glass, and the sand that you see, these mandalas look amazing when there's light shining behind them. The bottom right is work done by elementary students experiencing metal embossing, and the top right is pieces of pottery. I'll get to that in a moment. Right in the middle, you'll see this lovely young lady proudly showing her first ever felted piece. Enhanced Fine Arts gives students the opportunity to work with the different types of high quality media in deep and meaningful ways. I wonder what you see in that middle picture. Do you see glasswork? Do you see a candy dish? Does it remind you of anything? What if I were to tell you that that is a grade 9 science project depicting the different stages of cellular mitosis? I wish I had had a chance when I was in junior high to experience science like this. I probably would have remembered the 5 stages much better than I did then. And how old do you think the students were who made glass pieces to the left? The one on the top was made by an elementary student, and the one on the bottom, the glass bowl, was made by a junior high student. This is what enhancement looks like. We are giving our young citizens lifelong experiences. And thanks to supplementary funding, students from grades primary to 12 have access to 3 fine arts labs where our young citizens can try their hands at creating pottery and glass creations. Busing for students is free of charge, as is all of the creative materials. The labs are located at St. Catherine's Elementary, Rocky Lake Junior High, and our newest lab, built this year, is located at Cold Harbor District High School. Our city is invested in celebrating diversity. In addition to culture through truth and reconciliation, we also think about enhancements through the lens of culture. Presently, we have 2 fine arts specialists that work with our students, sharing and celebrating African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq culture through fine arts. And it is such popular programming that we will be adding more knowledge keepers as we continue to expand and grow. This title says it all. Fine Arts for All. Every one of our citizens are important. Enhancements are for all of our students, and fine arts are an amazing way for our learners with special needs to express themselves in different ways. If you take a look at the bottom left picture and the bottom right picture, you'll see learning center students who are working with some of our fine arts specialists, experiencing and expressing themselves through play. If you take a look at the top right-hand corner, you'll see some students who are experiencing music therapy. Halifax Regional Arts has offered music therapy to students with special needs from grades primary to 12, and this year we have 60 students who receive direct servicing in accordance to provincial health guidelines, of course, so all virtually synchronous and asynchronous. But one of the ways that we've pivoted because of COVID is that programming this year has also taken the form of video series that have been distributed to all of our students so they can be used at home with their families to help support them in their learning. Last year, we all experienced COVID, but COVID has been an agent of opportunity and change for HRA, and we've done a lot of pivoting. Last year, when schools were closed during the spring, that did not mean that our specialists were not working with students. Whether they were doing one-on-one or group activities, as you can see in some of the pictures before you on the screen, we also developed an online fine arts resource portal that was accessible to students and families so that they would be able to see lessons and tutorials, instructional videos, and shared resource links. It was so popular that we continue to keep it open and adding to it as families absolutely love it. And we continue during this year to still do all kinds of amazing and magical things with our students. And we continue to grow and we evolve as we do for our students in their voice and what their interests are.
I'm sure you're wondering, what does all of this mean? So we did invite a parent to come today and share the impact. How does it feel as a parent to have this experience for your student, for your child? What does this enhancement mean to you? So I'll invite Bob to share with us his thoughts on this enhancement in his family.
Thank you, Ellen, and thank you to Council for the opportunity to speak about this. As you've heard, I do have 5 children. They range in age right now from 10 to 22. We've been involved in so many aspects of these programs over the years. I've lost track. They've been members of jazz bands, other ensembles, strings, choirs, and the thing that I would really like to underscore from my perspective as a parent and someone who also has a passion for and a history with music. These are kids who have inherited that passion, and although they have these supports at the school level, having a place to go to share in a community of passion with others and be able to drill down on some of those interests and perform at a high level and be associated with that kind of work and really dig into it and live it. It's just been an outstanding opportunity, and we've seen the difference that it's made in their lives. And for a couple of them that have gone on to university, they continue to share those gifts and share in a community with others that they've met as they've gone on in their future studies. So as an enhancement to the regular school program, I can't say enough about it, and I gush about it to people that I talk to all the time as something that's there for anybody who has that spark and wants to really dig into it.
Thank you, Bob. I did include, for Council's reference, some testimonials that we were able to collect. Most of them we would have shared with you through our community publications and in our social media feeds, but I thought it would be helpful to have those. And in the interest of time, know that we're very quickly bringing you some of the highlights of our program, but allow at the end a record for our website for HRA and the Twitter hashtag Thanks to You Halifax, where you can find on a daily basis the kinds of things that we're doing as a partner through supplementary funding to make a difference in our community. Going back to stop sharing my screen. And I think we're back. Thank you.
All right, Elwin, are you finished? Is that it?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Council. We very much appreciate the opportunity to showcase the great things that are happening in our public schools and that enhance the experience for families and children.
All right. Thank you very much, Elwin, and we'll thank all of the folks, all the teachers who have been working through the last year, staff, administrators, and everybody else who've done their very best to keep our kids going over a difficult year. So thank you all. Start off, so there's no motion for the floor, but any questions that people have or discussion, we're more than happy to have it at this point in time. And we'll go to one of the most stalwart supporters of supplementary education, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Elwin, Paul, Bob, for being here today. It has been remarked upon in the, people texting back and forth about how different the tone is with relation to supplementary funding than certainly 4 years ago or 8 years ago. And I really thank you for being here today, because I think it's important, especially for given how many new counselors we have, to recognize that this is one of the largest, recreational and community programs that HRM funds. And I strongly support it. Paul, you talked about if you've ever been to String Night. 3 times. Daughter was in Girls Honor Choir, Youth Choir, and soundtracks. And when I got elected, I was surprised about the fact that this was really still being delivered along the lines of the old political boundaries of the political units from 25 years ago. And so we've all worked together to stop decreasing the funding by a fixed amount every year, to stabilize the funding, and to make sure that we have an equitable program that is shared throughout the entire region. And certainly, I think I want to recognize that Steve Craig was, as councillor, was really involved in this discussion as well at that time. And so I want to thank you. And I know, Nathan Beeler has been great in sending out the videos, the YouTubes of the poor students having to sing in their own homes. And then I don't know where the teachers and the volunteers find the time to edit those together and turn them into choral masterpieces. But I think that the work that HRCE and the Fine Arts Program did in May and June last year of the, when COVID was new and at its most terrifying, was some of the most important stuff to bring, cohesion and a sense of hope to my community. And I shared all those videos out through my emails, because there was a point when we were doing emails to our residents every day, and the response was outstanding. So I want to thank you all for bringing this, and I want to take the blame for asking you to be here today, because it was in fact something I cooked up with Owen. Said you should come, because I really feel it's important that the new counselors hear about the scope of the work and the and how it is region wide, and that they're able to ask questions about it during our budget process. So I thank you for being here, and I really appreciate everything you do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Because of the wide angle shot, if our presenters want to say anything, just raise your hand and let me know. Councillor Deputy Mayor Outfit.
Thank you, and Ellen, welcome back, and thank you for the presentation. And my colleague mentioned Nathan Beeler, who it would be an understatement to say I am also a fan of Nathan Beeler. Back long before he was in the regional position, he was a teacher at CPA and taught both of our girls, and he was outstanding. In Councillor Mason's comments, he mentioned regional and what's available regionally. So I wanted to touch base on something, because back in the day when my girls were in school, our girls, that for example, they couldn't go to the honor choir because they were in Bedford and not in on the peninsula, etc., etc. But it looks like a real effort has been made for both fine arts and music to have similar offerings throughout the municipality and throughout the areas where folks are obviously paying for the supplemental funding. So I was just wondering if you could give me a quick update on how we are doing with offering similar or all programs throughout the region, Bedford, Sackville, parts of Dartmouth, Eastern Shore, in addition to the peninsula and downtown Dartmouth. How's that working out, and how's it progressing?
Thank you for the question. I anticipate, Mr. Mayor, you'd like us to answer that, so I'll begin. And I'll certainly say thank you to Councillor Mason. We appreciate the opportunity and the invite, and we know you're a champion of supplementary funding. One of the things that we've been doing is talking about access and real access. So we have broken the invisible barriers to say you need to live in this neighborhood or in this former boundary in order to participate in this program. So we have eliminated those to try to provide access for children to things that would have historically been delivered in particular communities. Then in addition to that, we're expanding to have a fine arts expert in every region, or we say family of schools. And that allows us to make sure that we're delivering the programming that children and students and young people identify as the enhancement they would like to see. The other thing that we're really doing and that we're proud of when we talk about real access, think about those glass pieces. Everyone should have the opportunity to experience that really. So instead of saying it's opened if you can get here, we send the bus. You don't pass the hat to collect $1 to pay for the clay. It's provided. It is provided because together we put together an agreement that provides access, real access. So when schools can take advantage of that, when classes can go, we provide a bus. We bring kids so they experience it a couple of times. Of course, this is in a non-COVID system, so we're bouncing around a little as a result of COVID. And a perfect example, instead of bringing the children, we send the supplies to them. And then we bring them to lab to be fired in kilns because we can't send those. But they still get the experience in a COVID environment. So those are the kinds of things that we're doing. We're putting our resources in community. We're getting rid of traditional and imaginary boundaries. And we're really trying to be in tune with what residents and what community members see as emergent as what they'd like to see. So I hope you're feeling those and would certainly look to your feedback on any of them. We do have on our website that we shared with you a distribution of where those specialists work, how they can be seen, and you can certainly relate to that and share that as reliable. In our agreement, you'd also see how that's expanding in the next year to cover all families of schools. And certainly, Paul, if there's anything to add to any of that, please.
I think the biggest thing is that we respond to the community and we respond to the students to let them have access to the different types of fine arts. So we're constantly evolving and we're constantly shifting some of our programming so that we're meeting the needs of our students. And so at one time, you might have thought of supplementary funding as being Halifax All City Music or Dartmouth All City Music. So that is not the case anymore. And the diversity of the things that we're offering, and we may be offering things now that may look different next year or the year after. And it all depends on what the interests and the needs are for our students, because we want to make sure that we're reaching every single one of them in a way that's meaningful for them.
Well, thank you very much. You obviously continue to have my support, and I appreciate this clarification, but also the ongoing progress. So thank you all.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciated this presentation. Thank you. My fellow councillors have asked the two questions that I did have, but as I listened to you, I could hear my father's voice saying, any investment that you make in youth and in a child is the best investment anyone can make. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for all that you do. You know, I have to admit, I am also part of the Nathan Beeler fan club. He's just so great. I worked with him many years ago when I was hanging out with the Upstream Orchestra and doing some production with them. And Nathan was phenomenal to work with the young people and get them engaged, to compose, to play. You know, it was just and just to be creative. So kudos to the program. It's fantastic. One of the things that I wasn't aware of is the level of support that goes to other enhancements. And so, you know, for the record, I think it is important for us to realize that while we are supporting fine arts and music, we're also supporting library we're supporting social workers, early childhood educators, additional teachers, and so on. So the work that, that creates a whole school, HRM is supporting that work. And so I think this is a really nice collaboration, and looking at ways that we can continuously improve the programming by ensuring we're reaching all schools, and providing opportunities in the rural areas as well. And I know through your work in the Upper Tantallon area, and certainly reaching out to younger students as well has been great. I'm just wondering, Elwyn, if you can speak a little bit more to what opportunities we have within the rural communities, considering, we don't have the kind of supports from a transportation, public transportation and so on, for kids to be able to do after school or evening programming, with fine arts and with music.
Yeah, so as we were saying, access is a big priority for us. And so instead of things happening just in specific centers the way they were, we now satellite out. So for instance, out in the Eastern Shore, we do, or say Muscatawbet Way, for instance, we have fiddle and ukulele, and we have improv troops. And I'm using this one as an example. Improv troops, we do band out there, we've got some choirs. So we understand that for students, access to travel in is difficult, so we're satelliting out. And so we have people that go out to more rural communities because we realize that access is very difficult. The other thing that happened this year is I said that COVID became an agent of opportunity and change for us. We did a lot of things virtually, and we still offer many virtual programs this year. And if you go on our website, hra.hrce.ca, you can look at our online offerings. We realize that there are students it's very difficult for them to have access for a bunch of reasons. And now that we've started to offer some virtual programming, we're going to continue to do that so that all of our students have access. Again, we evolve. We are a creative bunch. So we are in the process of doing anything that we can do to meet the needs of our students. So I just use those as examples of ways that we're going to be working and continuing to grow across HRM. And we're not finished yet. We're continuing to grow and evolve. And as Elwyn said, having access for all of our students is extremely important to us. We want to make sure that we're being as equitable as possible. I hope that answered your question for you.
Oh, it does. Thank you, Paula. Just thinking about where we could go in the future to expand this program. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Paula. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and great to see you, Elwyn, and thank you, Paula and Bob, for joining us today. I don't have to say how much of a fan I am because I have a daughter who is still an active member of the school system, and unfortunately she didn't get to enjoy Girls Honor Choir this year or last for health reasons, but she missed it and still got to enjoy violin, and I have to hear the recorder every night when she's practicing for music class. So all those supports that this funding do, and seeing the pictures are great, and thank you in the staff and Halifax Regional Arts and all the folks there who do the work. So really 3 quick questions on this piece here. One is the budget looks similar of this year 1920 and 2021 they all look similar. And I'm just curious if COVID had any impact on delivery I know of the programs, but of the funding at all. Is there money that's not showing here that maybe you had to allocate to support some of these programs? Also seeing that, and I know we talked about this in the past, but I can't really remember what the full backstory is, and maybe some new councilors might be interested too, but we're seeing that you're starting to slowly increase some of the money when it comes to the arts and decrease when it comes to the teachers. And I know that was part of of the switching the funding was decreasing the resources when it came to teachers, like when all the additional teachers and resource teachers and early educators and putting that funding into the arts. So I'm just curious if you could speak a little bit on that trend there. And also really curious on what type of work are the social workers doing in the schools as well. And that's it for me.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, and it is great to see you as well. I'm glad you're hearing Recorder every night. These are the best years. Enjoy every one of them. To budget, we are tracking on target with budget as we would anticipate. We do provide annually as part of the agreement a reconciliation to budget HRM. We will be doing that. So the results of the fiscal year we'll be sharing. They're not atypical from the forecast that we had put in the agreement. You asked about moving staff more to fine arts. A little bit of context, as you know, supplementary funding goes way back to amalgamation. There was an annual commitment, and there's a lot of legal stuff your staff would help you around. But in 2006, a joint working group came together from HRM and then HRSB, and made recommendations, and there was a consensus decision that HRCE would make decisions about programming and have accountability for that. So in that era, we decided. Since then, in our new agreement, there was interest to mutually decide. So the reason that those things are changing is together, we have decided that they are enhancements for our community. And as we highlighted earlier, that there are library support specialists and social workers, they're only there because together we decided that they are enhancements for our community. And we entered an agreement about that and made those decisions together. I can get back to you specifically about social workers and how that's an enhancement. They certainly are. We have a lot more social workers, a lot more staff working in our Schools Plus, in the neighborhood of 100 staff providing outreach, community support, and that type of work. But if specifically your interest is that, I'll reach out to our student services staff and send that to you directly. It'd be my pleasure.
Yeah, and really quickly, and you don't have to, if you want to do that, more information the better, but really it was just the type of work that the social worker is doing, because I'm familiar with the work from the schools myself, but for folks who are wondering, how this falls into the supplementary education piece, really just what you just said, the last piece of what they're doing is really what I was looking for. But if you want to provide more, being more than happy to take it. And the only other piece related to the budget that you didn't hit on is like when it comes to COVID, did that impact your budget where you had to take money from, say, your HRC budget to supplement some of the supplementary educational funding, or you were able to work with what you had and go from there?
Yeah, it's a great question. At a high level, you would see in our budget that most of our work is service oriented. We deliver service through staff, and staff continue to work. So those expenses continued. So there was no net savings related to that in our budget. And ultimately, we frame differently. We're in a pandemic. The entire fine arts community is figuring out how to pivot. How do you deliver fine arts in a pandemic? So too must we, and must our youngest citizens. Where are the opportunities? So the other side of our budget, there are limited dollars to resources, supplies, and things like that. I think we're very close to budget on it. There may be minimal savings. I'll ensure that that's clear when we reconcile that with you at the end of the fiscal.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Becky Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the presentation, Alwyn. It's good to see you again. Paula, I'm particularly pleased to see you as well. Hi. I'm really excited for you in this role, and I know you all are working so hard. I can tell you as a mother of three, and you can see in my background, I don't know if you can see it, but one of those young men is one of my three who are performing artists and have benefited greatly over the years of their band and band class and all the things that are encouraged through our school systems. I'm an artist as well, and not performing artist though, and so it's near and dear to my heart. I am especially pleased to see I'm just scrolling through your presentation here and seeing the joy and the pride on the faces of the kids that you've highlighted here today, and we know that those are expanded. And I want to emphasize today, not only for you as a thank you, but to my colleagues who, some of them, David, I think, is the only one who was on council when I was there. And I can tell you the shift around supplementary funding conversations has changed, and it's changed on such a positive note. I can tell you when I was on council before, supplementary funding was one of those groaners that you said, oh, what are we going to have to deal with today? Because it was divided and it was competition, and it was often lots of great work, but that issue around having it open and fair to more kids that could benefit from it. I want to congratulate staff, council as well, for the progressive steps that they took to change that, and as well the work that you're doing. So it's so positive to hear that and see it, and particularly during COVID, we have, I think, I really appreciate that you have found your flexible approach to be still worthwhile. Probably more than ever, people had to hunker down and say, what can we do with our time? What can we do with our energies? One of the things that I was able to do here in the district that I live in was I took some of my old campaign signs and recreated positive messaging within the community, and we only, as a community, we said, what can we do to uplift people? And we used it by creating signage and messages along and on a stick on the side of the road, and it expanded into like 300. I think I did 325, something of that nature. And this was creativity. And I had a number of people in our community reaching out and saying, my kids and I want to do some of this. What can we do? How do we get some of those signs? And so the creative energy that I think was rekindled during COVID has been a healing agent, has been a peace. It brings peace of mind. It brings new ideas to people's thoughts, and in particular our young people and our kids, that you are doing that every day with the programs that you do. So I'm really excited to support that. On the I think one of the slides, it speaks to leadership, I think, is around career development and such. And there is no question that the the fine arts and the creative arts in Nova Scotia is a longstanding tradition. We have talented people in our province, certainly within HRM. So I'm just thrilled with the presentation today. I hope that maybe Paula, you and I can have a chance to sit down sometime and talk some more about it, and just, flesh out ways that maybe not only myself as a counselor, but as a creative artist as well could participate in enhancing the experience of the students. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff from HRCE. As other people have gushed, I will as well. You guys do an awesome job. My own kids did all city, the honor choir, all city music, strings night. I've been to several. My son went to Concordia University for music after. Now he's switching to science, but that's a whole other story. So I'm, happy to provide this funding. Well, I shouldn't say I'm happy. I'm happy our taxpayers are providing this supplementary funding, this $14.5 million, on top of about $150 million that we give in terms of mandatory education taxes that the province has us do. And I think from the mandatory report, I remember a year or so ago looking at that, in HRM, I think we provide on a per capita basis more funding per student than other municipalities around. And so one of the things that comes to mind was you guys do an amazing job with this money. And I think our kids benefit tremendously from this. A comment I would make, and I hope someone from the provincial government is listening, is we shouldn't have to. This should be provided in all of our school systems in all of Nova Scotia. It shouldn't be supplementary. This kind of arts education is so fundamental to who we are. And in fact, my son going into science from violin, I think speaks to that. And I think, you mentioned in your presentation that the glass work that some of the kids did in terms of, I think it was biology, different, stages. There's a huge connection between music and math and arts and science. And in fact, they weren't separate disciplines if you go back, a few hundred years. So, I would love to see the province actually step up and do more. Until they do, I'm happy to provide this. In fact, I would be happy to go to our taxpayers and say, you know what, we should actually go back to Councillor Kent's point. I think we have turned, the pendulum is definitely swinging the other way. I would actually say we should give more money in supplementary funding for these kind of programs and add more. And I'm not going to move a motion. Everyone settle down. But I think it is worth a discussion as we move forward to a new agreement and look at, rather than just stabilize, if the province isn't going to pick it up, I think, my own personal opinion is we should. But anyway, one of the questions I had was around moving to, more arts. And I know Elwyn mentioned, I think it was Elwyn, about the agreement that we made, and you guys determine how it's made, where the funding goes. But it really should be, in my opinion, and as we move forward, and I know there are legal hurdles to the historic agreements, but I really think a focus on the arts rather than libraries, rather than educational assistance, rather than those other things, which is really primarily and fundamentally provincial. That should be covered by them, not municipal. But nonetheless, that's what we do. So anyway, I thank you for this. I have benefited myself. My family has. My kids both went to St. Catharines in the early years, and we walked by the pottery lab regularly. And I can remember the little chunks of, I'm not even sure what they were, but really cool stuff came home, and it was awesome. And, the benefit that people get, and I don't know how many of our residents who are listening know that in addition to things like the pottery lab at St. Catharines, we, the municipality, have a pottery lab at the new St. Andrews Community Center in District 9 on just off Bears Road. And so, these are things that not only are we giving you money to do great things with, we're actually stepping up and doing a lot of this ourselves for the community outside of the school system. So kudos to you guys. Kudos, as Councillor Kent said, to my colleagues here. And thanks for this presentation, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Purdy.
Go Councillor Cleary. Yes, that's awesome. Thank you so much for this presentation. And I really enjoyed reading the report, and this is awesome. I agree. This type of education is fundamental. It is so important. It's crucial to learning, growth, and health, mental health with our kids. And I was particularly excited here. This is just like a personal District 4 plug, but that the newest lab, the newest fine arts lab is at Cole Harbour High School. And I'm more on the art musical side than the fine art side. Longest 3 hours of my life was making a Christmas angel with a glue gun, and I still have the scars. But anyway, I would love, when we have permission to meet and greet again, I would love to be a visitor and see this for myself and see these kids at work. So anytime. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
Just to make sure that people understand, the lab at Cole Harbour High is not for Cole Harbour students. It's for that area of our municipality to have better access. So again, we're excited to have them throughout our community to provide better access. And it's always difficult to talk about enhancement in the absence of, well, what's the base? And I can assure you, I have staff that provide fine arts experience for students starting in grade primary. They have music twice a week. that grows to other arts experience through our general fund. We have other glass studios and pottery labs in new schools. So what we know is the richness of music. Isn't it great that if you love that, you can also do that every Thursday night? That's just wonderful. So we're doing the same with this enhancement. If I want to play basketball, I can find a community league, I can find a hoop to go shoot with my buddies, and I can have fun. This experience, these funds provide that in fine arts. And I just wanted to make sure you don't leave thinking that the provincial government doesn't provide me resources for those experiences. In fact, from grade primary on, you need to have them growing even more in junior high and credits to graduate. And on top of that, we're very proud that together we even do more for our kids.
Thank you very much, Elwin. I think that's it in terms of questions. I want to thank you. You know, the arrangement that we have is a little bit unique here with this supplemental funding. And I think it's, as has been pointed out, we're at a place where we're no longer sort of, I don't think, having, you know, conflicts of opinion as to whether we should be doing this supplemental funding. We may have issues about should it be done by somebody else, but we are going to continue to supplement the funding to work with you, Elwin, and your team, and to get this program delivered to our kids. So, Elwin, I want to thank you for your ongoing leadership. I want to thank Paula Danieluk McDonald. Your passion for kids is evident and amazing. We thank you for that. And Bobby Mann, good to see you, and good luck with your first 5 kids, and good luck with the next 5, should you have them. We wish you, your grandfather wants more grandkids. That's all I can tell you. And by the way,
I can't have everything he wants, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. You can let him know.
Mr. Mann, by the way, if you're looking at him, you can't get a good look at the distance, but he's an actor himself, as well as being a very highly paid professional, a lawyer, but he's doing some acting as well. And you probably see him on stage and screen. So any last words, Elwin? We thank you very much. And we appreciate you coming and talking to us today, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity. Stay well, everyone. Stay well.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay, colleagues, we're going to move back to our agenda. We're going to pick it up at item 11.6.1. This was taken off the consent agenda. It is Heritage Incentives Program. I'll give Councillor Cuddle the opportunity to put it on the floor if she wishes, and to ask any questions that she may have.
There we go. Yes, I move that Halifax Regional Council approved the proposed grants to the properties listed in attachment A of the February 19th, 2021 staff report, conditional upon the applicant's compliance with sections 29 through 35 of Administrative Order number 2014-002 ADM.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell, I heard first there. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you. And thank you, colleagues, for supporting this to be removed from the consent agenda. The main reason I wanted to do that is I just wanted to draw some attention to this program, and how amazing it is in supporting those with heritage properties to continue to help with the upkeep and the enhancement and the rehabilitation and the restoration of them. I did want to ask staff, and I thought this would be a good conversation to have with Regional Council, about how this program is advertised and how they think that it can be successfully expanded throughout the municipality. If you look at the attachment A there with the recommended heritage grants, I think we'll note that the majority of them tend to be on the peninsula or within the regional center. Yet, we have amazing heritage communities throughout the municipality, a lot of them in coastal communities and, and everywhere else. I think Councillor Lovelace, you were telling me about some old heritage properties in your district. And I'm just wondering how, back to how is the program promoted? How can we ensure that it's known throughout the municipality so we can continue to protect these historical assets everywhere?
Okay, who do we have with us from staff? Jesse. Oh, wait, Morton. Welcome to council again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Hoping everyone can both see and hear me.
You're good.
Perfect. So the Heritage Incentive Program has been ongoing for quite some time now. So the program is primarily advertised through HRM's website. So there's a couple of pages on there dedicated to the program, the application process, who is eligible, and things of that nature. We also work with the province to some degree informally to kind of promote the program, so they are aware of our programs, we're aware of their programs, and when there's certain individuals looking into one, they're redirected to the other organization as well, provided that their program is either municipally or provincially registered and are both eligible. On an annual basis, we send a notification before the application period to all registered properties. Every year, about 2 months before the application period, they are notified. We do also rely on word of mouth through people who have registered properties, for people who do research on the topics. Other organizations and museums help us spread the word as well. So the word is getting out there. Just as a little bit of background, I think last year we registered through regional council's motions, I believe 11 properties, and we're working on 8 others now. And I believe in the 3-year period before that, there were single digits combined. So there's uptake in the program. We get a lot of inquiries on the benefits of registration and how to access the incentive program as well. In the future, it may be possible to do a bit more outreach. I know there's other kind of ongoing HRM agendas at this particular time, such as the Cultural and Heritage Priorities Plan. There may be some direction that stems from that about outreach and engagement. I'm not sure yet, just because that process is ongoing. And we do know there'll be subsequent plan reviews outside of the regional center in the coming years as well. So there may be some more opportunities there. And I believe that the principal planner of Heritage, Aaron Murnahan, is on the line as well, if he thinks that there's something I missed on that subject.
Okay. Aaron, is there anything else? Are we good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention really quickly through you to the councillor, I did a really quick calculation here based on our registry list. Of course, our grant program annually is contingent on a property being officially registered as a heritage property. Within the former city of Halifax, we have about 365 registered properties. Within the former city of Dartmouth, we have 85. And within the former county of Halifax, we have 50. And specifically within Councillor Cuddle's district 11, we have 3. So it's we would very much like to spread the word about the benefits of registration, but of course, properties do have to be first registered before we can offer them any incentives. And the hope is that through the regional plan review, as well as through the subsequent suburban and rural secondary planning processes, we can really try and spread that word to our rural communities.
Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you very much, Jesse and Aaron. I appreciate that information, that quick calculation, because I think it really does give some perspective to where work needs to be done in protecting heritage assets. I see this particularly important for kind of the cultural landscapes program, for our tourism master plan, for our regional plan, and looking at creating community identity in our rural and mostly rural communities. Protecting our heritage assets is such an important part of that. So I look forward to continuing the conversation on how we spread the word and how we let people know that they need to register their properties, and that one of the benefits is being then eligible for grants like these. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, are we ready for the vote?
Question.
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion carries. Thanks to Jesse and Aaron. We will move then, colleagues, to the next item on our agenda, which is under motions, and it's in the name of Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just get my motion here. There we go. So I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report to review street lighting procedures and policies across HRM. The report should also include consideration to adopt a mechanism for streetlight removal and a policy on under and over illumination. I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby, I heard, and maybe Blackburn. I can't really recall. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. As a kid, having spent a lot of time in the Rockies and in Alberta, watching the Northern Lights and enjoying all that the dark sky has to offer, one of the things that I've come to notice in St. Margaret's Bay and in the rural areas across HRM is that, there is certainly over illumination, and one would say light pollution. So in my review of policies and looking at street lighting in particular, HRM follows the national standards, of course, one would expect, through the Transportation Association of Canada with regards to, the standards of street lighting and ensuring that illumination and protection of people on streets and so on and so forth. I have no issue with that. What I'm questioning, though, is the standards versus the kind of community context, and creating some kind of policy or mechanism that recognizes the removal of unnecessary illumination that ultimately benefits the environment, and also creates a much better standard of living for those who are in the rural areas. But in addition to the light pollution overall, there's energy waste, and the use of over illuminating the streets where the lighting is pointing up into the sky is certainly wasteful. Now I know that TPW is following the standards, but what I'd like to know is what can we do within HRM to create policy or procedures that recognize the need, to create that balance between what it is that the humans need on the street, whether it's emergency vehicles or people driving on a dark, rainy night, as well as recognizing what we need from an environmental perspective and waste reduction. And I just wanted to mention also the health and wellness. When we have these street lights that are right in front of homes where people are forced to have these, really dark curtains, they need to close off their windows carefully because the street light is actually lighting inside their home. And we know that, we do need to do a better job when it comes to balancing the community context with actual need of illumination. And in addition to that, we know that millions of migrating birds are impacted, bats are impacted, and by over illumination and by light pollution. So I just wanted to put this forward for council's consideration. I'm not sure if it had been discussed before. I couldn't find it. I spoke with staff. I recognize that they're doing the best they can to reduce the LED lights in particular and to point them down to the street. But I do think that we need to have some kind of consistent policy that recognizes the community context. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. And yes, this has been an ongoing topic of mine for many years in regards to street lighting. In the olden days back in the county, in the early days of amalgamation, we used to have local area rates that paid for the street lights. And when the council ordered a street light, it was installed. And we usually had a rural standard, no more than every second pole, and also make sure intersections were lit, any dangerous turns or hills were lit, as well as any public areas, like, for instance, a mailbox site and stuff like that. Those were the usual standards that we had. But then back in, I think, 2000 or whatever, the council of the day decided to get rid of the local area rates and merge it all into one general rate. And that took away the authority of the local councilors to install lights. We still got to go through staff and make requests and stuff. And they have to go through a gamut of whatever standards they want to apply. But sometimes these requests are just requests to the community in regards to illuminating dark spots or dangerous spots where we'd like to have some light. Still frustrated by a number of requests I still have outstanding, but I do appreciate the ones that do get done. But the thing that I get really frustrated about is the over illumination in some places where I have a new LED street light right above an ornamental street light in Sheet Harbor. I got at least 6 of them that you can relocate easily and put them elsewhere. They don't need to be on top of each other, illuminating the same spot, or to put them across the street. I got a few in Muscatine Harbor. You can relocate easily to illuminate the road better instead of having light on top of light. So I'd like to see this matter be reviewed, but I'm also want to know, where is our report coming back from Nova Scotia Power? I've been asking in the past, when we decided to take over streetlights from the province or from the Nova Scotia Power and converting from the high density the HPS bulbs, the high density potash, sodium, whatever, lights, whatever. There was supposed to be an inventory done, and we were supposed to take over all the roads on all the lights on public roads. But back in the day, we had a number of streetlights installed on private roads, be it mobile home parks or some of the municipal properties and stuff. And they're still having the old high density sodium lights still present. So we need to get those things updated, that inventory list. And then there's a list of what I call the ghost lights or the gray lights that are out there that doesn't appear on any Nova Scotia Power billing accounts, or nor on anybody else's account. So we have lights out there that are illuminating, and nobody has any idea as where they came from, how they got there, or who's going to be paid for them, or should they even remain. So I'd like to have this updated as well in regards to that inventory. So I'm looking forward to this report. I think that we do need to revise and update standards, and I also think we need to have some local influence in getting these lights changed over. If an engineer tells me something, well, it just sometimes doesn't make common sense. Sometimes common sense has to apply versus some technical parameter, I guess you could say, for illumination. But I'd like to see it just be common sense applicable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outhet, Deputy Mayor.
Some engineers do have common sense, though. We shouldn't paint them all with the same brush. I think we did a report on this not too long ago, and I think that Tasso and group will be able to dust this off pretty quickly and see what has changed. The question I had, and it probably can't be answered today, but maybe in the report, when we changed over to the LED lights great expense. Some of the technology that came along with that was the ability to remotely determine what was burned out. Also, we can track speeds. Technology can be added to track speeds between these posts. And the one that I was really intrigued about was being able to turn them down at a certain time of night. And I'm wondering where we are with that technology, because I'm a believer of wanting my neighborhoods, my community well lit when people are out walking and biking and dog walking in the evening and this sort of thing. But maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, things don't need to be as bright. So I'm just wondering where we are. If there's anybody can answer that question. If they can't, then maybe they could put that into report, where we are being able to turn things down at maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, for example. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't think we have staff present. It's not our practice, but that's
No, it's okay.
part of the report. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was going to basically say the same thing Councillor Outhitt or Deputy Mayor Outhitt just said. But also in addition to that, I know we've done a fair bit of work in the last number of years since we installed the LEDs, especially with homeowners, putting shields around some of the lights, pointing them away from people's houses. I had a number of calls when they first went in my district, and those were addressed by TPW staff. I thought, and I've got some information here, I thought that the lights that we have right now are slightly brighter, not brighter, slightly whiter in compared to the old sodium, high pressure sodium ones that were there. I think they're 4,000 kelvins in terms of the color. I think normally warm would be around 3,000 or so. So they're a little bit whiter, but not much. And they are dark sky certified, I thought. And so they do only provide down lighting and not up lighting for stargazing. Also, too, I hope the report talks about things like in the review of policy, safety of vulnerable road users. And so we want to make sure there's enough illumination that women, cyclists, other people walking at dusk or at night feel safe in terms of like a sept head analysis, that kind of stuff. So I'm fairly sure that our staff are already working on kind of revisions to this. So I think this is timely, and I'll support this and look forward to seeing what comes back. And I think we're already in a good place, and we could probably be in a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Councillor Cleary literally said everything I was going to say, so I'll pass. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else. Councillor Lovelace, you're good to go to the vote. Any last words?
Yes, I'm good to go to the vote, and thank you so much. I do think that having some kind of recognition of localized circumstances is paramount, and having a procedure or policy to help us, identify those needs. And certainly, thank you, Councillor Cleary, for pointing out the very important need for safety. And certainly, we just need to find a balance here. So I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question?
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, so that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Colleagues, we have 2 items in camera, one that was added with the consent of members and the other that was referred from regular council by Councillor Mancini. Does somebody want to suggest that we move in camera to discuss those?
So moved, Councillor Russell.
Moved by Councillor Russell, second by
Councillor Stoddard. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll resume in camera. Ian, there's a separate house for us on the other side. Not heaven, but I mean in the meeting.
Yes, in your calendars, you will have a meeting invitation to a Teams meeting. Please follow that Teams link and you can leave this meeting and enter that one.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Sorry for the delay. I am here now. We can take the screen off and go live, please.
That's why we need to put all points bulletin up for the clerk.
Okay,
To the search party.
clerk, are we good to go, Ian?
Yes, Mayor Savage, you are good to go. Apologies for the delay on my end.
Not a problem. I thought I was lost in space for a second. We're going to move to go back, colleagues, to item 11.1.2, which is the Alternative Procurement Halifax Transit Tech Program Extension of Program Resources. That motion is already on the floor and seconded. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Okay, let's go to the vote, Ian.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor? That carries. Thank you, colleagues. We will ratify item number 14.1, legal matter. Councillor Russell, I believe.
Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated April 15th, 2021. And 2, direct that the private and confidential staff report dated April 15th, 2021 be maintained as private and confidential.
There's a second for that?
Sure.
Second.
Councillor Mays.
Thank you. Ready for the question on that, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion. That motion is carried. We will go to notices of motion. Councillor Blackburn first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Please take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move first reading of proposed bylaw T1005, amending bylaw T1000, respecting the regulation of taxis, accessible taxis, limousines, and transportation network companies, the purpose of which is to modify the terms of reference for the License Appeal Committee such that it operates as a 3-member adjudicative panel with staggered terms.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion, colleagues?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one.
Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin?
You're muted, Sam.
Thank you. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose adopting Administrative Order 2021-003 OP respecting municipal design guidelines, the purpose of which is to provide a mechanism for adopting amendments to the engineering specifications.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? I see nothing in the chat. I don't see any hands. No other notices of motion. Councillor Purdy.
Oh, no, sorry. I just can't get my video to start. That's all I put in the, sorry about that.
Well, I think we're ready to adjourn, though.
Oh, you want me to adjourn the meeting? Yes, I can totally do that. I move we adjourn this meeting.
All right. Folks, we are adjourned. Get out and enjoy some decent Nova Scotian weather. Thank you all very much.
Thank
See
you. Have a
tomorrow.
great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you.